A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now to resume the life of Mary Sothern. Gerald Proust, socially ambitious businessman, has been steadily working to undermine Max Sanders' position in the town. In fact, Proust was a weighty power behind the recent letter Max received demanding his resignation from the interest. Right now, because of the business slump, Max's stock in Sanders is worthless. And with public feeling against him, Max feels that he may as well accept the $10,000 Proust has offered him to sell out and leave town. So far, Max hasn't taken anyone into his confidence. Mary, Daddy, and all the others are bewildered at the rash promises he has made. Max, happy in the role of Lord Bountiful, is almost his gay self again. He says,
"Well, I've figured it all out, and the only way you can look at it, I'm doing the right thing. My stock in this town ain't worth a plug nickel, and the 10 grand Proust is offering me will mean plenty to Phyllis and Danny and Daddy stressless. I know it means packing up and leaving the place for good, and I get kind of sob-sistery when I think of it, but what's the dickens? People around here throw at me. The only way I could square myself with the town would be to bring in some new business. I guess you know how much chance I got with giving out with a miracle like that."
Too bad we can't take Max along with us today, because we're going to visit a certain office in Chicago. The same richly furnished, oak-paneled office you've been hearing about all week. Jeffrey Barton, head of the corporation, is speaking.
Shaw, you've been fooling around long enough. You've got to get into action on this.
Oh, I've studied maps and town statistics for days, Mr. Barton. The place you want is hard to find.
I don't see why. You'll be practically dumping $1 million in their laps by opening our plant there.
We can't build just any place. We have to have a spot with natural resources, decent hospitals, and enough people to work and places to keep them.
You can't tell me there isn't some place with those requirements.
Well, I wouldn't say there wasn't, but it'd be pretty hard to dig up.
Well, let's go over this list again. Where the deuce did I stick it?
Oh, here it is.
Thanks. You any your eye on any one town in particular?
Well, I rather favored Williamsport. Not much over 100 miles from here.
Well, let's look it up. Here's the map.
Yeah. Now, you see, it's right down here.
Oh, yeah.
It's a thriving little community.
Well, get busy on it. You know we've got to work fast if we want to get a plant built before winter.
Right. I'll drive down there Friday.
Maybe I'll go with you. Not much of a drive.
No, only about 3 hours. Here's the auto route on the map.
Well, you take Route 22.
Yeah, as far as Lowe's. Yeah. And you switch to 7 through Kingsley, Sanders, and West Bank.
Looks like good roads all the way. Yes, I guess I'll go. We've got to get that plant up and into production.
And in the town of Sanders, the town Jeffrey Barton will be passing through, Mary Sothern is tacking some pictures on the wall of her bedroom.
There now, I'll put this one of Max over the bed. Ow! Ooh!
What's the matter? You stab yourself?
Don't you talk to me, Max, silly.
Why the man on me?
Well, you promised to hang these pictures for me before you took your bath, but no, you couldn't.
I forgot.
Of course you did. No, I'm practically ruined myself.
Well, here, let me kiss you.
No.
Oh, come on. Now, come on. Turn around and make her.
Well...
Come on.
Max, what are you doing in my house coat?
Well, I was sort of a la mode when you hollered, and it was the first thing I could grab.
Look as if you'd been out in the rain.
It hit me kind of quick.
Quick. Practically passed you by.
Okay, now let's give me that hammer before you hammer the fingers.
No. I'm going to hammer that nail.
Oh.
I'm mad.
All right. Don't let it throw you, Toots. Don't let it throw you.
There, that does it. Hand me that picture nail.
Here. Boy, ain't he a pretty guy? Anybody I know?
I don't think so. He's an awful pill. Fella named Max Sanders.
Oh, a pill, huh? Well, you ain't getting away with that.
No.
Boy, they used to do this in the woodshed, but I ain't got time to look for the woodshed.
Tear my dress. Now stop.
Over the knee, and 1, 2, 3. Gosh, I'm a poet.
The neighbors will be calling the police.
Well, I ain't yelling.
Max, let me go.
No, listen, I gotta finish the job, just like this.
Oh, darling.
God.
Have happy, dear?
Oh, listen, if I was any happier, I'd be a sick man.
You've been my old Max the past 2 days.
Sure.
But I don't quite understand you.
How do you mean, Toots? How do you mean?
Well, you promised Phyllis her operation and Daddy his hotel, and yet you haven't said a word about how you're getting all this money.
Okay, I'll tell you. But I was going to anyway, tomorrow.
Well, don't if you'd rather not.
Well, I was sort of waiting until I got something that I'd get a kick out of giving you.
Oh, what a baby you are.
Huh?
Darling, tell me about it when you're ready.
All right.
Now run along, take your bath, and don't forget behind your ears.
Yeah, okay, I won't forget. Oh, boy, I'll bet that's for me. I'm sure fired to get a call the minute I get in the bath.
Well, if it is, I'll take the message.
All right, sir.
Hello? Oh, how are you, Daddy? We expected you over for lunch. Oh, Mrs. Felsenheimer. So that's where you ran off to. Well, I'm only teasing, Daddy. Oh, the lodge is giving a picnic tomorrow. Well, I don't know. Where are they holding it? Williamsport? Well, wait a second, I'll ask him. Max, it's Daddy Stratford, and he wants to know if we'd like to attend a picnic in Williamsport.
When?
Tomorrow, dear.
No. Tomorrow's Friday. My busy day.
Hello, Daddy. He says he can't. He'll be busy tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow's the big day. He's going to show us the gold mine. All right, Daddy, I'll tell him. Bye. Max?
Yeah?
Hurry up and finish in there. The children will be coming in. I have to give them their bags.
Yeah, okay, sir, okay.
Oh, that must be Jimmy now.
Hey, listen, close the door, will you, please? Hey, both them kids will be piling in here.
All right. Oh, it's Danny. I'm in the bedroom, Danny. Just a minute.
Oh, this is a funny time for him to be dropping in.
Well, Max, I didn't tell you this, but he probably wants to see you.
Oh, yeah?
Now, don't be angry with him. He's worried about that promise you made Phyllis.
Oh, I don't get it at all.
Well, he thinks...
Hey, now, listen, you ain't trying to say that he thinks I'm kidding her.
Oh, Max,
come here? Hey, close this door, will you, Toots, and let him in. I'll hop out of here in a second.
All right. Coming, Danny.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Danny. Come on in, sit down. That's just getting out of the tub. What's Phyllis?
As well as can be expected since that crazy brother of hers did what he did.
What did I do?
Got the poor kid all excited. Talk about rotten tricks, man.
Hey, how do you get that way?
Well, Danny, it's the kind of excitement that would make her happy.
Happy? You call it making a kid happy to promise her a doll for Christmas when you know darn well she isn't going to get it?
Hey, now listen, Danny. You think I'd do that to Phyllis?
Sure, it's your idea of a cute gift.
Max, it's only natural Danny should wonder. He knows our financial condition.
Yeah, but we've improved.
Trust Max, Danny. I do, and Daddy does. If Max says he'll have the money, he will.
Well,
I'm still sore that he should think that I'd...
Sweet, Max. Danny loves Phyllis, and it's natural for him to be on the defensive.
Yeah, I guess so.
Jesus. Well, I still can't get it. Oh, it'll be the swellest thing that ever happened. Phyllis walking again. You know, she's been so darn brave, it makes me want to cry every time I look at her.
The other day I caught her out in the kitchen trying to cook your dinner from her wheelchair.
No kidding. Well, I guess I'll run along now. I don't like to leave her alone.
No, Danny. Must be lonesome for her.
Not only that, but before I got my idea, she was thinking about things, too.
What thing?
Well, about her being no good to you or anybody else.
Max, ideas like that might have led her to...
Don't say it, Mary. I've been thinking the same thing about her.
Listen, Danny, it's okay now. Comes Friday and everything will be all set. Well, listen, don't worry. In just 24 hours from now, everything will be all fixed up. Phyllis and Danny will be starting to pack for Switzerland. Daddy will be pulling off the boards over the old hotel door, and Doc Benson will be figuring how to spend that $100,000 on the clinic.
But Max, what about us? In all this, you've never mentioned us.
Us? Oh, well, us?
Yes, Max. What's going to happen to us tomorrow?
Well, it seems that tomorrow is a very important day. We believe Max should take Mary into his confidence before he takes the step that will definitely cut him off from Sanders for good. But Max is more determined now than ever, so it's doubtful that he'd listen to any advice. Now, the life of Mary Sothern. Mary is completely in the dark as to where Max is getting the $10,000 he needs for Phyllis's operation and to reopen Daddy Stratford's hotel. Nevertheless, Mary has implicit faith in the man she loves, and she is content to wait until Max is ready to reveal his secret. Well, today is the day. We can't help but wonder how Mary is going to take the news. We've known right along that Max is receiving the money from Gerald Proof in return for his stock in the Sanders interest and the promise to leave town. Proof has driven a hard bargain because the town of Sanders is home to Max, and home is very close to the heart of every man.
Now, new Creamy Prom, the first and only permanent with homogenized waving cream. And White Rain, the rainwater soft lotion shampoo that leaves your hair sunshine bright, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first...
It's creamy, creamy, creamy.
Imagine a home permanent that actually waves new softness and manageability right into your hair. It's new Creamy Prom, the first and only permanent with homogenized waving cream. Completely new, completely different from ordinary drippy waving solutions that often leave your hair dry, frizzy, hard to manage. New Creamy Prom is rich with costly conditioning ingredients. It pours like thick cream.
It's creamy, creamy, creamy.
New Creamy Prom actually waves new softness and manageability right into your hair. Gives you a complete hair beauty treatment as you wave. New Creamy Prom is guaranteed to leave your hair in better condition than any other permanent. And it's so easy.
It's easy, easy, easy.
Smooth it on, roll it up. You've got yourself a prom. No dripping, no rinsing, no timing, no messy neutralizer. No other permanent is so easy.
It's easy, easy, easy.
So if you want new softness and manageability waved right into your hair, get new Creamy Prom with homogenized waving cream. And even if you're in between permanents, don't wait. Get the new Creamy Prom End Curl Kit right now.
It's creamy, creamy, creamy.
Look for the brand new package, new Creamy Prom. Well, Osgood Conklin, the principal of Madison High, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English, has inflicted a number of severe restrictions on his school in the past. Last week, he set up a series of petty offenses for which his students and faculty were to be fined. Of course, these fines were purely voluntary.
Yes, like income taxes. I was telling my landlady about his latest injustice last Thursday at breakfast. Of course, Mrs. Davis, the fines all go into a fund which will be used to buy a brand new statue for the library.
What kind of a statue?
A statue of the man who Osgood Conklin admires and respects more than anyone else in the world.
Who's that?
Who else? Osgood Conklin. You see, when he first thought of the idea, he put a receptacle in the hall for donations marked Osgood Conklin Bust. But at the end of the day, he found 6 notes in it reading, "You said it." That was what gave him the idea for the carelessness code.
Leave it to Osgood.
You don't have to leave it. He takes it. What bothers me most, though, is the way he takes it. Every time he catches somebody committing one of the offenses, which he makes up as he goes along, he rattles a tin can and says, "Feed the kitty, feed the kitty."
Has he caught you yet, Tommy?
Has he? I've fed the kitty so often I feel like a tall mouse. Take last Tuesday, for instance. I happened to run into Mr. Boynton in the hall. Well, I just didn't happen to run into him. I sort of aimed myself at him. But just as my favorite biologist and I greeted each other, the bell rang for the next period, and Mr. Conklin came by and fined me a dime for not being in my classroom.
That is strict.
Oh, that's nothing. Wednesday, I hit a parlay. I had to donate 15 cents because I went up a stairway marked down, and 20 cents for loitering near a fire exit, if you can call having your foot caught in the door loitering.
But, Tommy, do you have to submit to all these fines? I mean, Has Mr. Conklin the right to do this?
We voted on it in Assembly. Of course, it was really more like a plebiscite. You know, vote yes any way you want to. It isn't the money I miss so much. It's the lunches I could have bought with it.
Imagine it. Not having enough money for lunch.
I don't have to imagine it. Those fines add up, you know.
You poor dear. It has been an expensive week for you, hasn't it?
Yes, and that's what worries me so much today. I haven't got a dime in my purse. He can get me on a vagrancy rap. Oh, well, maybe it's for the best. The less I have on me, the less I can donate to the bus. For the bus. Well, I had a good breakfast anyway. I'd better get ready to leave now. Walter Denton's picking me up any minute.
But where's your car, Connie?
At the tailor's, Mrs. Davis.
The tailor's? Don't you mean the garage, Connie?
No, I'm having it pressed. The last time I drove it in traffic, I got it all wrinkled. I'm glad you called for me promptly today, Walter. The Conklin Code provides a stiff fine for tardiness.
Believe me, Miss Brooks, my punctuality was not inspired by purely altruistic motives. I don't like the way things are going at Madison High. This Conklin Code is nothing but medieval tyranny. The entire code's founded on injustice. Miss Brooks, I've talked it over with the other kids at school, and we've appointed you our leader.
Me?
You are the logical member of the faculty to cross swords with Mr. Conklin.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Walter. I've crossed swords with Mr. Conklin often enough to know that all you can get out of it is a bent sword.
You can't avoid this responsibility, Miss Brooks. We've got to fight fire with fire. You are the knight we have chosen to slay the dragon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Walter, but my card in the Dragon Slayers Union has expired. Besides, the bust is supposed to be finished by tomorrow.
Yeah, but how do we know there's enough in the kitty to pay for it? Oh, here's the school. Did I stop too suddenly for you?
Oh, not at all. I always like to kiss the windshield goodbye.
Oh, before I let you out, I'd like to ask another favor, Miss Brooks. Would you please hold this 40 cents for me?
40 cents?
Yeah, it's my lunch money. I don't want to have it on me in case Mr. Conklin finds me for breaking some rule he makes up right after I've broken it. Yeah, just put it in your purse for me, will you?
All right, Walter. Added to what I've got in there now, it totals one broken watch crystal and 40 cents.
Yeah, I'll find a place to park. You go on in, Miss Brooks.
All right, Walter. And thanks for the lift. Maybe I'd better tiptoe past Mr. Conklin's office.
Squeaky shoes, 20 cents.
But Mr. Conklin...
Come on, Miss Brooks. Feed the kitty, feed the kitty.
Please, Mr. Conklin, we've got to talk this thing over.
Very well. Would you like to step into my office?
Thank you.
Wouldn't you like to sit down?
Yes, I would.
I thought you would. That'll be 10 cents for not going straight to your first class. Come on, Miss Brooks. Feed the kitty, feed the kitty.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. Conklin. Many of the students are getting a little tired of your carelessness code.
Oh? Is this insubordination?
About a nickel's worth, yes.
I'm surprised at you, Miss Brooks. Don't you realize where this money's going?
Yes, Mr. Conklin. It's going into a statue.
Not just a statue, Miss Brooks. Rather, the statue, which will serve as an inspiration to unborn generations of Madison High students.
Then why not let them pay for it? I mean, just where are you going to put this statue, Mr. Conklin?
Why, in the school library, of course. On that lovely mahogany pedestal that overlooks the entrance.
You mean next to the bust of Julius Caesar?
Instead of it, Miss Brooks. Before the Board of Education takes their next inventory, Caesar may meet with an accident.
That's possible. He met with one before.
No, I mean the statue, Miss Brooks. Who knows? Inadvertently, it might be severely damaged.
Why, Mr. Conklin, you're not thinking...
Not out loud, I'm not. Oh, before I forget, Miss Brooks,
I want you to straighten out the records in the library at once. Walter Denton's been acting as school librarian for the past few weeks, and needless to say, he's made a mess of everything.
But, Mr. Conklin, my regular school duties are quite enough to keep
This won't interfere with your school duties, Miss Brooks. I hereby grant you permission to attend to this matter after school hours.
Why, Mr. Conklin, how charming of you. But about this carelessness code...
Oh, thanks for reminding me. You owe me 30 cents. Feed the kitty.
But I haven't got any money, Mr. Conklin.
Please, Miss Brooks, I distinctly heard your purse rattle when you sat down.
Oh, well, I might as well add embezzling to my other crimes. Here you are, Mr. Conklin.
But, Miss Brooks, I only asked for 30 cents. You put 40 in the kitty.
Well, hang on to it, Mr. Conklin. I'll try my best to earn another fine before the day is out.
White rain, white rain.
The familiar White Rain song in new March rhythm. Get in step and march right out and get White Rain shampoo for hair bright as sunshine. White Rain is a gentle, rich lotion shampoo. So gentle, it's like washing your hair in softest rainwater. With White Rain, you get wonderful rainwater soft suds, rich and refreshing. With White Rain, you get wonderful rainwater clean rinsing. And that's why White Rain always leaves your hair sparkling with natural highlights, bright as sunshine. So for lovely hair, soft as a cloud, easy to manage, and sunshine bright, march out and get White Rain shampoo. Look for it in the blue carton with a white umbrella on it. Remember,
White rain, use new White Rain shampoo tonight, and tomorrow your hair will be sunshine bright. White rain, white rain.
It has always been my experience that nothing stimulates the appetite quite as much as an empty pocketbook. It was with this poignant thought in mind that I entered the cafeteria at lunchtime and joined Mr. Boynton at his well-laden table.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you haven't brought anything with you. Can I get you anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I hate to just sit here and eat all this roast beef and French fried potatoes and baked beans. Isn't there something I can do for you?
No, thanks. Just let me sit here and inhale. You see, I'm on sort of a diet, Mr. Boynton.
I don't know why you have to diet. I'll bet most women wish they had your figure.
I wish they did, too. They could feed it better. How is the beef with that barbecue sauce on it?
Delicious.
Uh-huh.
Would you like a taste, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're on a diet, I'd better not tempt you.
Oh, tempt me.
No. No, I know how difficult it is sometimes to stay on
Well, put some of that meat on this fork, or I'll spear it from here. There. That is good.
Of course, to me, roast beef is good with or without barbecue sauce.
Oh, to me, too.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'm the one school teacher who offers proof positive. Pass some over without the sauce.
Here you are, Miss Brooks.
Oh, say, that is good meat. It's a funny thing about tasting roast beef plain. You forget how it tasted with the barbecue sauce on it.
Why, Miss Brooks, you don't really want another... All right. Here you are. Oh, gosh, Miss Brooks, one would think you hadn't had any lunch all week.
One would be on the right track.
There you go. Kidding me again. Oh, what a sense of humor.
Oh, yeah. Hunger is a scream. Maybe I'd better drop one more subtle hint. Mr. Boynton.
Yes?
I'm starving, Mr. Boynton.
Starving?
Yes.
Then why don't you eat something?
Why don't I...
Well, I'm against all these diets women inflict upon themselves.
Mr. Boynton, I haven't eaten any lunch today because I don't have the money to buy any.
You don't?
No.
Well, where is all your money?
I'm land poor.
Land poor?
If the Conklin carelessness code continues, I'll land in the poorhouse. Look, Mr. Boynton, I never borrow money if I can help it.
Oh, I know you don't, Miss Brooks. I think that's one of your most admirable traits. Why, many's the time I've been tempted to offer you some financial assistance. But I've always said to myself, Don't you dare, Boynton. Miss Brooks is proud and resourceful. She'll come through. Somehow.
That's what you said to yourself, huh?
Yes, indeed.
You've got to be more careful who you talk to. Listen, Mr. Boynton, it's getting pretty close to the end of lunch period. I'd just like a small bite, so that's all I'll put on you. I mean, could you lend me 25 cents?
25 cents? Why, of course, Miss Brooks. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. I'll pay you back just as soon as I...
Oh, don't worry about paying me back. Any time tonight'll do.
Tonight? Have we got a date for tonight?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I've got tickets for the band concert on the mall. I thought we'd spend the afternoon in the park, then have some dinner and dance and take in the concert. How does that sound to you?
Oh, listen, 2 bits, too? It sounds wonderful, Mr. Boynton. I'll just get a sandwich or something and come right back to the table.
All right, Miss Brooks.
I'd better hurry. It's almost the end of lunch period.
So it is, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin.
And if memory serves, you were supposed to be straightening out the library records after lunch. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Conklin, it is, but I've got an important engagement I'd like to keep this afternoon.
It isn't always what we'd like to do that matters, Miss Brooks. You volunteered to work in the library, and that's where you'll have to spend the afternoon.
But, Mr. Conklin...
Unfortunately, while you were standing here chattering, you've incurred another fine for tardiness.
Tardiness?
That'll be 25 cents, Miss Brooks. Feed the kitty, feed the kitty.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. Imagine yourself in prison, locked away from all that makes life worth living, from all news of the outside world as well. Imagine then what it would mean to hear a voice speaking directly to you, telling you you were not forgotten, and how you might possibly find freedom again. Imagining all this, you have some idea what it is like to live in one of the countries behind the Iron Curtain, and then hear the voice of Radio Free Europe. Radio Free Europe broadcasts up to 20 hours of truth a day to the people of Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, and Poland. And though the communists try desperately to jam the broadcasts, they go through. They go through, bringing the voices of compatriots who have escaped through the Iron Curtain and know exactly the problems that are faced at home, as well as how they can be fought, even with good fortune, overcome. If you would like to join those thousands of private citizens in the United States who make Radio Free Europe possible, send your truth dollars to the Crusade for Freedom, care of your local postmaster.
After what I laughingly called my lunch period, I joined Walter Denton in the school library to help him straighten out the card files.
I'm afraid I didn't keep these library cards very neatly, Miss Brooks. They're pretty thoroughly scrambled.
If I had some catsup, I'd have had them for lunch. Now, you'd better let me straighten these cards out myself. You find something else to do.
Yeah, okay, Miss Brooks. Yeah, I'll grab a rag and dust off old Marblehead.
Old Marblehead?
That's what we call the statue of Caesar, because his head's made out of marble. Of course, even though Mr. Conklin's head isn't made out of marble, we also call him...
Yes, I know. You needn't bother dusting off this old Marblehead. Somebody else in school is planning to dust it off permanently. In fact, Caesar may meet with an accident almost any time now.
I beg your pardon, Miss Brooks.
Well, what do you know? The Ides of March.
These floors are quite slippery. A person could very easily lose his balance.
Gosh, you accidentally knocked over old Conklin, Mr. Marblehead.
Quiet, Dancer, quiet. Oh, what a shocking misfortune. Why, I love this statue of Caesar, with his delicately chiseled features, his fine Roman nose.
You'd better learn to love him without his nose. It just rolled under the desk. Here, Walter, help me lift Caesar back on the pedestal.
No. Please. It was my clumsiness that knocked it off. I'll lift it back on myself. Steady does it. Good firm grip now.
Walter.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Set Caesar up in the next alley. Mr. Conklin's got another shot coming.
Well, I dropped in to inform you, Miss Brooks, that thanks to your last contribution, my statue has been paid for in full. It will be delivered tomorrow morning and unveiled at noon. I shall want it kept under cover until we... Denton, what are you stuffing into that canvas bag?
The things that are Caesar's, Mr. Conklin. His ears and his nose. Also the rest of him. I figured I could take it over to the shop and patch it up a little if you...
Just leave it where it is, Denton. You see, Miss Brooks, we have only the one pedestal.
Haven't we just?
And since Julius has been so brutally damaged...
Oh, he won't be damaged anymore, Mr. Conklin. I'll see to that. This statue is school property, and if anyone tries to injure it in any way, I'll report him to the student council and the Board of Education.
Zealous little beagle, isn't he? Denton, you are dismissed as of right now.
Yeah, but Mr. Conklin, shouldn't
Go, boy!
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, boy.
And now then, Miss Brooks, if you'll excuse me, I'll return in just a little while and personally take care of fixing that statue.
Yes, I know you will, Mr. Conklin, but good.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but where shall I put this statue?
Statue? Oh, just put it on the desk here for now. Well, if it isn't old Marblehead II.
That's a pretty good likeness of Mr. Conklin, isn't it?
If you like Mr. Conklin's likeness, yes. But this wasn't supposed to be delivered until tomorrow.
I know, but the custodian just told me they wanted to surprise Mr. Conklin. Is there any place we could hide it temporarily?
Hide it? Why, yes. Yes, there is a place we could hide it, Mr. Boynton. Right in this canvas bag. First, you'll have to take out this busted bust.
All right. There we go. There. Oh, it's Julius Caesar. Say, his nose is off, and his ear.
Please, Mr. Boynton, there's no time to cut up touches with Julius. Now, slip Mr. Conklin's statue into the bag.
All right. There he goes. Now, what'll we do with Caesar?
We'll take him over to the shop and fix him up the best we can. He's just got to occupy that pedestal, Mr. Boynton.
Pedestal? But I don't understand, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'll explain it to you on the way over. You see, Mr. Conklin assigned me to work in this library, and if I'm going to look at a statue all day, I'd like to make very certain that it's...
Miss Brooks? Miss Brooks? She must have stepped out for a moment. So much the better. Ah, yes, here's the canvas bag with old Marblehead still in it. Now we'll just take this little hammer and commence. Friends, Romans, countrymen, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him.
Why, Mr. Conklin, what are you doing?
Well, it should be obvious even to you, Miss Brooks.
Yes. Well, Mr. Conklin, there's something I feel I should tell you.
Very well, Miss Brooks, but while you're telling me, I'll continue with the business at hand.
It's like this, Mr. Conklin. I would normally be very loath to interrupt what is obviously such a joyful hobby to you, but I feel that what I have to tell you merits your immediate attention.
Well, what is it, Miss Brooks?
Well, if it was something trivial, like being disgruntled over having to work in the library instead of going on a date with Mr. Boynton, who is now in the park by himself, I might hesitate to bother you.
What are you driving at, Miss Brooks?
Well, the main point is that I'd like to get across to you, Mr. Conklin. I have absolutely no hard feelings toward you, and I trust you have none toward me.
None whatsoever?
Good. Now, open the bag.
Open the bag?
Yes, Mr. Conklin. I'm afraid you'll find you've pulverized the wrong statue. You see, your statue arrived earlier, and we wanted to surprise you, so we put it in that bag.
What? I'm in here?
That's right. Caesar's over at the shop getting his nose put back on.
But, Miss Brooks, you just stood there. All the time I was hammering, you just... How could you... Why didn't you... You should have...
Please, Mr. Conklin, remember your role.
But what'll I do? What'll I do when the Board of Education comes to take inventory? What will I put on that pedestal?
Oh, calm down, Mr. Conklin. I just found out it'll only cost $15 to repair the bust of Caesar.
$15?
Yes, and I've thought of a delightful way to collect the money.
Really? How, Miss Brooks?
He's the kidding, kitty, Mr. Conklin. He's the kitty.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, and Bob Rockwell. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
A strange little man from Mars dropped down to the earth from the stars. As the people would gape at this weary little shape, he screamed through the mouth about the size of a grape. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see it.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters and home freezers, Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton, David Rose, his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and Gene Tudor will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. Say, you look like you had trouble with your income tax.
Yeah. I got clawed by a bear yesterday.
What's the difference?
Hey, I tried to figure out my income tax all by myself, and every time I got the same answer. 19 bushel.
Well, why didn't you have a man do it for you, Red?
Well, I finally had to. I went to one of those tax experts, you know, one of the guys with the glasses. It always looks at you like he's saying, "You're hiding something, aren't you?" You see those new forms you've been fill out this year? They got a picture of Alcatraz with a big question mark on it.
Tell me, did he manage to unravel things all right?
Oh, yeah, he unraveled it okay, but now he's tied up in knots.
Well, I hear your uncle pays a very high rate. How come?
Well, that's because this year he lost one of his biggest dependents.
Too bad. What happened?
His bartender passed on.
Making up those income tax reports is a lot of trouble, you know, Red.
Yeah, aren't you glad you work for me now? No tax, no trouble.
No income?
Yeah. So, you know, if you're interested, I have a friend who knows a way to save you about $1,500 on your income tax.
Oh, I'd like to see him.
All right, you can talk to him tomorrow. Visiting hours are between 1 and 4.
You know, most people pay their tax on time, but anybody who pays a month ahead ought to get a medal pinned on them.
They have to glue it on you. There's nothing left to pin it on. I paid my taxes on time.
You did?
Yeah. $1 down, 50 cents a week. Everybody should pay their taxes with a smile.
That's right.
But they still want money. That's right.
Well, you know, my brother had a little trouble about his income tax. He told the government he couldn't pay it because his business was on the rock.
Well, how's business now?
Still on the rocks. He's still there with it. It's also confusing this year, Red. Do you know what a surtax is?
Sure, that's a special tax or a super deluxe tax if you sort of have to address it formally. Oh, surtax.
Oh, sir.
I found something else, too. A man and wife have to make out a joint return.
They both filed separate incomes in one account?
Yeah. They made a joint return. She had rubber legs.
Well, what's your definition of income tax?
My definition?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll tell you something what I think. You know, I fill out the estimate tax, you know. But I didn't sign my name to it.
No?
No, I figure if I'm going to guess what I'm going to earn, let them guess who's earning it.
Gene Tudor sings Life is a Beautiful Thing.
I'm so in love, I know it's love, and life is a beautiful thing. I don't want to waste a single taste. I want what he say will bring. My heart is light. I have the right to hang on a sunbeam and swing. Why, if I took the trouble, I'd float like a bubble, 'cause life is a beautiful thing. I woke up today and heard my heart say, look up, the sky is clear. I feel I was born this beautiful morn, and oh, but I'm glad to be here. I'm so in love, and life is a beautiful thing. I don't want to waste a single taste. I want what he said will be. If I took the trouble, I'd float like a bubble, 'cause life is a beautiful thing. I wave to the birds, if they knew the words, they'd sing my song with me. I smile at the rose and somehow it knows this day must be something to Why, if I took the trouble, I'd float like a bubble, 'cause life is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful
You wouldn't put up with a car that didn't have a windshield wiper. Why should you put up with a refrigerator that doesn't wipe away its own frost? Of course, you want a self-defrosting refrigerator. Everybody does. And for self-defrosting at its fastest and finest, take a look at the new Norge Jet Self-Defroster. This new Norge melts frost so fast, even ice cream stays hard in the big cross-top freezer. Now, Norge doesn't depend on arbitrary cycles to start defrosting. Norge defrosts itself every night on schedule, whether you're at home to open the refrigerator door or not. And Norge defrosting is so clean, no hidden drain pipes to clog or corrode. There are other self-defrosting refrigerators now, even some good ones. But wouldn't you expect the originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, that's Norge, you know, to have perfected the best system? Why not go over to your Norge dealers and see the new Jet Self-Defroster? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire tonight, we present the Circus. And one of the most colorful persons is the barker. So let's look in on Bolivar Shagnasty, who's on one of the sideshows.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. The biggest sideshow in the world, a dime 10 cents. See all the most unusual monstrosities inside this tent. See the Yabangi, the only coil in the world who can seal an envelope after it's been dropped in the letterbox. See the rubber man who was captured in Akron, Ohio. He walked for 30,000 miles without a retread. Where's that? Sounds like the rubber man just had a blowout. Yep, here he comes.
Mr. Shagnasty, I'm quitting.
Now, calm down. Will you stop bouncing up and down like that? Now, tell me what happened, boy.
I just had a blowout, and it's the strong man's fault. Every time he writes a letter and makes a mistake, he uses me for an eraser.
Well, from the looks of that hole, he made quite a few mistakes, huh? Now, don't feel too badly. You should be willing to cooperate. After all, you can't walk out on the circuit.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going.
Well, now, wait a minute, pal. Who rescued tonight the guy that tried... Who rescued tonight... My tongue gets wrapped around my eye teeth. I can't see what I'm saying after that. Who rescued tonight... Who rescued you tonight?
Yes.
Guy writes another line like that, he's gone.
I'm sorry, I'm going.
I'll go with you. Oh, wait a minute, pal. You can't leave. Who saved you tonight? And the guy tried to wrap you around his rims. I did. Who introduced you to them pretty white sidewall tires, huh? I did.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving.
This is the only tent in the world with a door on it.
Well, Chief, now what are you going to do for a star attraction? Shall I go after him and torture him?
No, let him go. I always thought he was a little synthetic rubber man at that.
Well, you still got the tight wire, Walker.
No, he ain't with us. You see, he had an accident.
The wire was too tight.
And he was. Oh, here comes a customer. Step right up. A dime 10 cents. See the biggest tent in the world with nothing going on inside of it.
Hello.
How many, please?
I don't want to buy a ticket. I want to see the boss.
Well, your opticals are fixed on him right now.
I would like a job.
I'm sorry, Bud. We don't need any state drivers.
I'm a performer.
And you're 14?
What?
I said you're 14.
Oh, no, I'm only 31.
I mean, what is your specialty?
Oh, I do a jitterbug dance with an elephant.
A jitterbug dance with an elephant?
Yeah, and with GI shoes on.
Hey, that's quite a novelty. Hey, Buckethead.
Yeah, boss?
Get some publicity for this girl. What is your name?
Twinkle Toes.
Yeah. Are you... GI shoes on? Here, Buckethead. Get this out. Notify all newspapers. It's got the biggest novelty of all time. Since the time I charged the dime to see a T-bone steak.
Okay, Chief, I'll get right on it.
Yeah, you're going to make a fortune. Now, where's your elephant?
My what?
Your elephant. You know, that big rubber cow with two tails. You know.
You got none with the circus?
Well, none that's been dancing lately, no.
Oh, well, I can teach them. I taught my mother in 3 lessons, and if I can teach her, I can teach an elephant.
Yeah. Well, now, come on. It's over here. Careful you don't trip over them ropes.
What did you say?
Get up and let me dust you off, will you? Now, over here's the elephant.
Will he bite?
Well, not if you don't bite first. Here, go get this bucket full of water, will you? Give him some water so you can get acquainted.
Gee, this is kind of thrilling. Well, here you are. Come on, drink it.
The trunk's up at this end.
Oh. I was trying to give it to his suitcase.
Here, let me give it to him. Here you are, Gumbo. Drink that. Oh. He's putting it all over me.
If he did that to me, I'd tie his snoot in a knot. Oh, all over me. Now, I told you what I'd do. There, that will take you. Good heavens, I can't breathe.
Well, no wonder. He tied your snoot in a knot.
I'll teach him.
Hey, don't hit that elephant. Look out. He's going to roll over on you. Yeah, come on. Here, get up off of her. Get up off of her. Come on, get up. Hey, you all right, lady?
I guess so.
Good heavens, look at you. I'm going to make a fortune. Step right up, folks. A dime 10 cents. See the human pancake oil.
Chapter 33, The Circus Comes to Town. When the circus hits a small town, it brings out all the citizens, especially Clem, the fellow from the country.
Well, here I am. There's something about a sailor. There's something about a sailor. There's something about a sailor that is blonde, blonde, blonde. I'm always chasing rainbows. I'm chasing anything that's got curves, boy. On my way to the circus, boy. I wonder if that bearded lady's still with him. Or maybe she's joined the Marines by now. Well, I hope they don't offer me a job with the circus again, to be the dog-face boy. Everybody knows I ain't a boy no more. Well, there's the circus train unloading. Oh, there's old Slim Pickens, so.
Hello, Clem.
Well, howdy. It's quite a big show, ain't it?
Not like the circus I was with.
You was with the circus? Boy, I'd like to have a job with one.
Yeah, well, I was just talking to the manager, and he says they need a lion trainer.
They do?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they still need one, don't it?
they're not strong, if you just pretend you don't see them, they'll run away.
Yeah, well, they'll run. Probably tell the other lines what they found for dinner. You know. I'd rather be a clown.
Well, you got something there.
What?
You could save money.
How?
Well, clowns spend $5 and $6 a month for makeup. You wouldn't need any.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Just because I sleep on my face at night, keeps me scaring the covers off of me. Now, you ain't seen no grotesque, boy. You ain't seen nothing. You want to see something ugly, get a load of this girl that's walking in this place. She's probably one of the freaks with the show.
Well, howdy, clown.
Well, please.
Why are you always so surprised to see me?
I don't know. I can never remember who you are until you speak. Where have you been?
Waiting at home for you.
Well, it wasn't my fault. I took a streetcar, see, and the thing sat there for 3 hours and it didn't move.
It didn't move?
No.
Didn't the passengers complain?
No, the bunch of dope. They just sit there drinking and eating coffee.
That was a lunch wagon.
It was? Well, no wonder the conductor gave me a hamburger.
Did you get any free passes to the circus yet?
No, I ain't trying to get a job. I'm going to travel with them.
Oh, now you couldn't get a job with the circus. You ain't unusual enough. You gotta have 3 heads and 20 toes nowadays.
3 heads and 20 toes?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, just my luck. 3 toes short. Who's that guy motioning at us over there?
Hey, back out of there. The trucks are coming.
Oh, hey, what kind of an animal is in that truck there?
There's a sign on the side, Ticket, ticket.
Oh, them pretty mean, them things are.
All right, out of the way.
Hey, wait a minute there.
Yeah, just a minute. I'm Slim Pickens, and Bev Kelly asked me to find him a lion trainer.
Well, there he is.
Oh, Clem, you ain't going to no cage with a lion, are you? Are you that brave?
I'm as brave as they come. And when they get there, I'm going. I've been rehearsing on how to hypnotize animals, you know. I got them all figured out. I got everything on the farm scared of me.
Well, here comes the manager now. Mr. Highland.
Yes, what is it? I don't make it half to speaking to the help, but what is it?
Well, this fellow wants a job as a lion trainer.
I ain't had no experience.
Oh, that's quite all right. The lions won't know the difference. To them, a man's a man.
Well, how much do you pay? You had a laugh there, but you stepped right on it, Doc. I have no sympathy for you now, you know.
Well, I pay $10 a day in funeral expenses.
Well, that's a cheerful way of looking at it, isn't it?
Now, Clem, I won't let you do it. It's all right to be silly, but you overdo it.
Yeah, well, I ain't afraid. Them lions won't scare me. I can't get any scarier than I am, right?
Now, come on over to the lion wagon. I'll let you get inside with them so you'll be used to them by showtime.
Yeah, give them time to digest me before showtime. That's too fast, Barry. You didn't get it out of there.
Clem, now, I'm a-warning you. If them lions chew you into little bits, don't one part of you come over to my house for sympathy.
Well, now that you're away from the crowd, that lion you're going to work with is 75 years old. Oh, he's as gentle as a baby. And here we are.
How are you, boy? You going to make friends with me? I do hope he said yes.
Clem, I beg you not to go in that cage.
Here's your whip, and here's your gun. Now, just let him know you're not afraid.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead in.
Well, don't push me, boy. Don't push me.
Look out, Clem.
There.
Did you scratch your arm?
Well, either that or I was vaccinated with a rake.
Well, don't let him know that you're afraid.
I'm doing my best, but I ain't a very convincing liar, boy. Here, now, set up, Brian. Here. Come on, set up. Set up or I'll hit you with this whip. Come on. Look, get away. Stop it. I'll set up. Give me my whip back.
Clem, you got him convinced that you're not afraid.
Good. Now, here's the act you do. First, you stick your head in his mouth.
Yeah.
Then, for an encore, you let the lion stick his head in your mouth.
Well, my mouth ain't that big.
By then, it won't matter.
Hey, get away from that cage. Get away. Oh, it's you, boy.
Yeah, I'm here trying out a new boy for that act with old Goliath.
Hey, that ain't Goliath. That's a new lad. Goliath died last night.
Now he tells me. Open the door.
Take it easy now.
Don't let him know you're afraid.
Punch him in the nose with your fist.
Okay. Well, now I'll hit you with my left hand. Oh, well, I can always write with my toes, I guess.
Dave Rose in his arrangement of The Flying Horse. And now for that weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Here's a good kitchen trick. Put a damp towel under your mixing bowl. It anchors the bowl to the table so you have both hands free for mixing.
And that reminds me of how Norge refrigerators free both hands when you want to put things into the big cross-top freezer. The door drops down as a handy loading shelf. And what a load! Up to 52.5 pounds in the new Jet Self defroster. Plus more space in the chill tray below. Then there's a big meat keeper, deep enough for a Sunday roast. And the full-width crisper with removable dividers, really 3 crispers in one. There's a regular pantry of adjustable movable shelves. Even the door has shelves. Plus an egg nest and a 4-temperature butter bank. What's more, you're through with defrosting from now on. For this new Norge Jet Self defroster does it for you every night in mere minutes. See the new Jet models at your Norge dealers, won't you? For you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
All children love the excitement of the circus. The taste of lemonade, the animals, the clowns, and no child loves the circus more than Junior, the mean little kid.
Hey, Mommy, what you doing?
I'm sweeping up around here. My goodness, I don't see how one child could get a place so dirty.
It ain't easy, but I put my mind to it.
Oh, we'll be so glad when you grow up. Thank goodness there's only one like you.
Mommy, where did I come from?
I won you on an iron claw machine. Now go play.
Okay. Oh, there's that Mr. Fowler, that big fat man. Oh, what old kind of... I think I'll go pay a visit.
Hello.
Good day, Junior.
Hello, gang. See, he's so fat I call him gang.
Tell what have you got your thumb bandaged up for? Something wrong with it?
No, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, if there's nothing wrong with your thumb, why do you have it bandaged?
Well, you never know when there might be something wrong.
Junior, is your mother at home?
Yes, she is, and so is Pop.
Is she going to take you to the circus?
I don't know.
Well, would you like us for us to take you?
To the circus?
Yes.
With the pink lemonade and the cotton candy?
Yes.
With the elephants and the clowns?
Yes.
The trapeze, artists, and all the sword acts?
Yes.
You wouldn't walk across the street to see one. On second thought, I might go, though. Say, when's the circus going to be?
Why, it's here now.
It is. Hey, Mommy!
What's the matter, Junior?
Nothing. Only but don't call me your little boy anymore.
Why, what's wrong with you?
The circus is already in town, and you keep telling me that it's not here yet.
Oh, stop crying, Junior.
I hope the stork brings 100 little kids just like me. 6 at a time. I hope the storks come over in battle formation.
Junior, I was going to surprise you and take you today.
You what? Okay, kiddo, let's go. Come on.
Now, Junior, now look out. Don't run. Walk slowly like a little gentleman.
Yeah.
Tickets! Oh, what a nice little boy. How old are you?
Well, I'll never see one again. Junior. Well, I'm going to be born Friday. I am. You're not sticking me in the pen, boy. You're not sticking me in the pen. Oh, look, this man in the next door and all his relatives. Look at that.
Darling, those are elephants.
Oh. Them's elephants?
Yes.
No wonder Pop runs and hides, boy.
You want to feed them some peanuts?
Not me, boy.
You're not afraid, are you? You said last year.
Well, yeah, and the year before that I ate from a bottle, but I don't do that now. Look at them Alcatraz ponies. What's the matter, boys? Can you pay your income tax?
Those are zebras.
Zebras, huh? That's what they did for not paying their tax. I knew they were zebras.
Junior, shall we go inside and see the birds?
No, I want to go see little Egypt shake it up.
Junior.
Well, wait a minute, will you? I wanted to say, I want to go see little Egypt. Shake it up, Mummy, or we'll be late.
Oh, look, Junior. The hippopotamus.
Oh, that is a hippopotamus. And you look at the keeper. He's standing pretty close to that hippo snorter.
What's that look on your face? Have you been up to some mischief?
No, Mummy. The hippo keeper, he makes me laugh. He almost fell in the pool, you know.
What's so funny about that?
I should have shoved with both hands.
Now, look, young man, you're being just a little too fresh.
Oh, you broke my arm. You broke my little arm. You broke my arm.
I didn't even hit your arm. I hit your back.
Well, if it ain't one thing, it's another.
Now, give me your hand. We'll walk to our seats.
Okay. Oh, look at that cage with a big cat with freckles on him. Look how he walked back and forth. He probably went out. He's nervous. Come on, kitty. Come on. There, now, you get some air, cat. Here, come on. Let's go, Mummy.
Look out!
Why did everyone clear out of here? I can't understand it.
We can, can't we, folks? Hey, look what's following us.
Oh, isn't that a beautiful tiger?
Hurry, Mommy, hurry. He's gaining on us.
Did he hurt you?
No, but we can run fast enough because he's out in the open.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Make a special point of stopping at your local Norge dealers and ask to see the newest Norge refrigerator, the beautiful Jet Self Defroster. See how this new Norge defrosts itself automatically every 24 hours so fast even ice cream stays hard. See how dollar for dollar a Norge refrigerator offers you more in space and convenience and inbuilt quality. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, will you come over here, please? Will you listen to me? What are you writing on that pad?
Hey, Emmett.
What are you writing on that pad?
I'm just making out a list of girls I'm going to kiss next week. Here's who I got picked out. Lizzie Schwartz, Maggie Mugglemeyer, Tessie Tinfoil, Lana Turner.
Now, wait a minute. Lana Turner wouldn't kiss you.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Then I'll scratch her off my list.
I love you. You've got me always thinking of girls. Girls, girls, girls. Great men don't waste their time on girls. Where do you suppose Benjamin Franklin would have been if he'd have thought of girls all of the time?
In the front row at all carols?
No. Costello, I've been telling you for the past 3 weeks. You've got to quit chasing girls and get yourself a job. Look how sloppy you are. Look at your socks.
I can't help my socks, Abbott. It's those new Hickok plastic garters.
What's the matter with them?
Your socks stay up, but your legs fall down.
Telegram for Lou Costello.
Here, boy.
Out of the way, Fatso. I'm looking for Lou Costello. Boy, he is Lou Costello.
The famous Lou Costello. The one and only Lou Costello.
Yes.
That's me. Gee, I listen to you on the radio every Thursday night. You break me up when you say, how do you do?
Wait a minute.
That ain't me. That's the mad Russian.
You're saying?
Who's going to take your telegram?
I'll take it.
It's collect. $14.
He'll take it. Oh, give it to me. Here, boy. Hey, Costello, this telegram is from Joe DiMaggio. Listen to this. Dear Lou, as you know, I am recovering from a foot operation. I would appreciate you taking my place on the New York Yankees until I recover. Please report to the Yankee Stadium immediately. Signed, Joe DiMaggio.
Abbott.
Hey, that's wonderful.
That's the news I've been waiting for. I'm going to be a big league ball player.
Yes.
DiMaggio probably heard about my playing with the Cucamonga Wildcats last year.
You a ball player? I don't believe it, Costello. You know nothing about ball.
Oh, no, I eat baseball. I live baseball. All night when I'm asleep, I dream about baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and Miss might turn up at bat?
Oh! What's the matter with you?
Yes. And another thing, Abbott. What page are you on?
Never mind what page you're on.
And another thing, Abbott. Not only that, in Paterson, New Jersey, I worked out with a baseball team. I used to stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
This was a girls' baseball team.
Costello, if you're going to play with the New York Yankees, you really have to know something about big league baseball, Lou.
I know all about baseball.
All right, suppose there's a left-handed pitcher pitching. What do?
I put in a right-handed batter.
Now, suppose there's a right-handed pitcher pitching.
I put in a left-handed batter.
But now I trick you. I take out the right-handed pitcher and put in a left-handed pitcher.
Then I double-cross you. I take out my left-handed batter and put in a right-handed batter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those right-handed batters?
The same place where you're getting all those left-handed pitchers.
Oh.
Hello, Bud. Hello, Louis, honey.
It's Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. I've got great news. I'm going to play ball with the New York Yankees. I'm taking you along as a pitcher.
Oh, now, Costello, Marilyn Maxwell can't pitch.
Oh, no? You should see all the guys she struck out that were trying to get to first base. This kid has got some nice curves.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. But I do hope you be careful. You know, big league baseball is a very dangerous game.
Oh, what's dangerous about baseball, Marilyn?
Well, I read in the paper this morning that in the opening game in Boston, 5 players died on base.
Marilyn, you don't seem to know much about baseball. Let me show you how to play indoor baseball. First, I put my left arm around your waist. Then I snuggle my head on your shoulder like this. Then I press my cheek against your cheek.
Oh, wait a minute, Costello. That's not the way to play indoor baseball.
How do you like that? Every season, new rules.
Well, goodbye and good luck, Louis. I just know you'll become famous with those New York Yankees.
Marilyn's right, Costello. This is your chance to become famous. Now, you've got a good job as a baseball player, and you might find your proper niche in life.
Yes, I might. I mean, after all, if I find my... What will I find?
A niche. You'll find your niche.
Abbott, when I find an itch, I scratch it.
No. What in the world are you talking about?
An itch. I once had the 7-year itch.
What happened?
I scratched real fast and got rid of it in 3.5 years.
I'm not talking about that kind of an itch. I mean an itch in life. An itch in life is what everyone is looking for. Anyone who is successful has found a niche.
Well, if that's the case, I know an Airedale that is doing very well.
Listen to me, Costello. When I say a niche, I don't mean a niche like you have when you have an itch. I mean a niche like you have when you have a notch.
Oh, you don't mean an itch like an itch when you have an itch. You mean an itch like you have when you have a notch.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, why do you mash everything up like that? You're the most mixed-up man I ever saw.
Well, maybe it's because I fell on my mother's mix master this morning. She had it set for mashed potatoes.
I know that, you idiot. All I'm trying to tell you is that a niche is a notch. Catch?
Notch.
All right. Now you know that a niche is a notch. You know that both of them are the same.
Yes.
Now, I could have a notch and you could have a niche.
Yes, niche to me and notch to you.
I'm only trying to impress you the importance of being a big league ball player and having a good income. Did you ever draw a nice, big, fat salary?
No, I never drew a fat celery, but I once sketched a skinny tomato.
No. So when I say draw, I don't mean draw like you draw when you draw. I mean draw like you draw when you draw a salary.
Abbott, let me smell your breath. Just as I thought. You've drawn one too many already.
Listen to me, please. When I say you draw a salary, I mean you draw money.
Now he's got me drawing money. Wait till the FBI finds out about this. I'll probably draw 20 years in a clink. And they don't feed you any celery in there either.
Costello, when I say you draw money, I mean you draw like you draw money to spend it. Not like when you draw on an easel.
That's what I always say. With money, it's easel come, easel go.
Everybody draws money. I draw money. I've been drawing money for years. My brother draws money. He's been drawing money for years.
You draw, and your brother draws?
Certainly.
Just as I thought. You and your brother are an old pair of drawers.
Experience is the best teacher. It happened shortly after the end of the war. 2 cigarettes glow in the dusk on the veranda of a country house as a man and woman are chatting. The woman remarks,
Robert, you've changed your cigarette brand. This is a Camel. I can tell without even looking.
Yes, I have changed my brand. You know how we smoked whatever cigarettes we could get during the war?
Don't I?
Yes, I must have tried all the brands during that shortage. That's when I found I liked Camel's best.
And weren't you right?
yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarettes they could get. It was this experience that taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. As smokers tried cigarette after cigarette on their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that stood out from all the others. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. Lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. On the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Be a big league ball player, you've got to get yourself in shape. Now, from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you lift weights. From 9 to 10, deep knee bends. 10 to 11, skip rope. 11 to 12, run 5 miles.
12 to 1, I'll never make it.
You idiot, you'll never be a ball player. Staying up late and going to nightclubs, eating rich food, running around with beautiful girls. Do you know what can happen to you?
Yes, I can become manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Costello, I don't even know why DiMaggio picked you. You don't even know how to swing a bat.
I know all about swinging bats. When I was a kid, my father used to hit me with a baseball bat. My brother used to hit me with a baseball bat. My Uncle Artie Stebbins used to hit me with a baseball bat. And my mother used to hit me with a tennis racket.
With a tennis racket?
Yes, she didn't like baseball.
Where is Skinny Ennis?
Hey, Costello. I heard about you taking Joe DiMaggio's place for the New York Yankees.
That's right.
You know, I used to pitch for the Hollywood Stars. And, boy, I'll never forget my last game. There were 5 men on base.
No, wait a minute. Wait. 5 men on base. Now, that's impossible.
Did you ever see the Hollywood Stars play?
Ennis, I've seen the Hollywood Stars, and I don't remember you.
Oh, I've changed a lot since then. I had the biggest buck teeth you ever saw. I was the only man on the team that could slide into second base and spike you from either end. Well, so long, Fatso.
So long, Skinny. So long. Hey, you know that Skinny would make an ugly skeleton?
All right. Don't waste time with him. Now, you've got to get ready for the opening game.
Yes, I think we're going to play the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, eh?
Uh-huh.
Feller pitching?
Certainly there's a feller pitching. Who do you think they'd use, a girl?
Oh, I know they don't use a girl. I said feller pitching.
What feller?
Feller with the Cleveland Indians.
Look, Abbott, there's 9 guys on the Cleveland team. Now, which feller are you talking about?
Feller that pitches. There is only one feller with Cleveland.
You mean 9 Yankees are going to play against one feller?
That's right.
You mean there's no fellers in the outfield?
No.
And there's no fellers in the infield?
No, Cleveland only has one feller.
Well, this feller must be pretty good if he don't need any other players but himself.
Look, all the players will be out there helping him.
You just said there was only one feller on the team.
That's right.
Then where did all them other fellers come from?
Oh, you idiot. When I say there's only one feller on the team, I mean there is only one feller that pitches.
Well, Abbott, when the manager of the team wants this pitcher, what does he call him?
Feller.
You mean he just hollers, "Hey, feller!" And this guy knows that they mean him?
That's right. His name is Feller, Bob Feller. And when I say there is only one feller on the team that pitches, that's it. And the feller that pitches is Feller. There's only the other fellers on the team, but there's only one feller.
Boy, are you mixed up. Oh, you mean the feller that pitches is fella. And there's other fellas on the team, but they're not fellas.
Now you've grasped it.
Yes, I grasp it, but it keeps slipping out of my hand.
Let's go into this sporting goods store and get your baseball equipment. I want you to look right for the opening game. Now, go ahead and ask that lady there where they keep the baseball uniform.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott.
Hello.
And Mr. Costello.
Hello.
You fat little mon, you.
What are you doing in the sporting goods store, miss?
Oh, I just stopped in to get a gift for my nephew. I'm buying him a Boz ball.
Boz ball? Abbott, you know what a Boz ball is. That's what the poocher throws to the coocher. And the booter tries to boot a home run.
My nephew is just a lotto chope, but his ambition is to be a Brooklyn Dodger catcher.
Well, if he's only a little guy, why don't he join the Detroit Tougers and be a short stoop?
Be going. As we say in Chinese, eat your gooey hot suey on push up to you.
And a dish of gooey chop suey and a push to you, too.
Hey, look, that fella. Here comes the salesman now.
Oh, good morning, boys. As Johnny Weissmuller said to Buster Crabbe, what dive did you come out of?
Well, my friend and I are here to get some baseball equipment. I'd like to see a baseball uniform that would fit Costello.
So would I. Look, as Adam said to Eve, quit ribbing me. However, I'll do the best I can. We'll start with the spiked shoes. What size do you wear?
8.
Oh, let me see. I've only got one pair left, and they're size 5. Maybe you can squeeze into them, Costello. Go ahead and try.
Okay. What do you know? Open-toed baseball shoes.
Now for the uniform. My, you're certainly a pudgy little rascal, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you overweight?
I'm about 120 pounds overweight, but I'm going back to my normal weight.
Yes, that's normal.
60 pounds overweight.
Gosh, Sally, you should really go on a diet. Yeah, of course you know what a diet is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's where you can eat all you want of everything you don't like.
Young man, if you really want to reduce, why don't you exercise with a couple of dumbbells?
Okay, I'm ready whenever you and Abbott are.
All right. We've got to get your baseball equipment. Mister, do you have any bats?
Oh, certainly. Here's a fine bat. Autographed by Slaughter of the Cardinals. This bat was made for Slaughter.
Ain't you got one that was made for baseball?
When he says Slaughter, he means Slaughter, the baseball player.
Slaughter, the baseball player? With that bat, you could slaughter anybody.
No, Costello. I'm talking about Slaughter. Everybody knows Slaughter. He knows Slaughter.
Well, maybe he knows Slaughter, but I don't know him.
You idiot. Everybody knows Slaughter, the baseball player. Slaughter is the man's last name.
What's his first name?
He knows.
Now, there's a clever guy. He knows his first name.
Oh, forget about the bat. Look, mister, do you have a baseball cap that will fit Costello's head?
What size pencil sharpener does he wear? Oh, a baseball cap. Oh, yes, here's a dandy. This is the kind fella wears.
What fella?
The fella with the Cleveland Indians.
There's 9 players with the Cleveland Indians. Which fella are you talking about?
Oh, young man, when I say fella with the Cleveland Indians, I am only referring to one fella. The fella that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
When you say the fella with the Cleveland Indians, you're only referring to one fella. The fella that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
Yes. As Orville said to Wilbur, you're right.
How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in sporting goods stores.
Oh, forget about him, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Mrs. Wetwash's late husband used to be a big league ball player. Now, he was a home run king, in other words. Now, maybe she'll give you one of his bats for good luck. Let's go over to her house and ask her.
Oh, okay. I'll go right over now, huh? You're right, Abbott. As John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. How do you like that? I forgot what John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my, you know you ought to muzzle that St. Bernard dog. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Tell me, Costello, how are things in Gawker, moron?
Mrs. Whitwash, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just telling Abbott your face reminds me of a rose.
Oh, really? An American Beauty rose?
No, a rhinoceros.
Costello, Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's leaving for New York to join Joe DiMaggio's place. Take Joe's place. Isn't that wonderful? He's going to play with the Yanks.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Yes?
What do those big Yanks want with a little jerk like him?
Mrs. Wetwash, that was an insult. I'll have you know that beautiful women find me irresistible.
I don't find you irresistible.
And I don't find you beautiful.
Quiet, Costello. Ask her for those baseball bats her husband left her.
Okay. Mrs. Wetwash, I understand when your husband was alive, he had a lot of old bats.
That's a lie. He never went out with anybody but me.
No. Mrs. Wetwash. Costello means your husband's baseball bats. You see, he thought you might give him one of them.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Wetwash. You see, I need a good bat.
Oh, you need a good bat. I'll be glad to help you out.
Can I have the bat right now?
Right now.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere and in honor of New Orleans Jazz Week, Marilyn sings for the first time on the air the title song of the picture, New Orleans.
Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day? I know I'm not wrong, the feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. It's the moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. Bayou, a Creole tune that fills the air. I dream about magnolias in June, and soon I'm wishing that I were there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? When that's where you left your heart. And there's something more. I miss the one I care for more than I miss New Orleans. More than I miss New Orleans.
Nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Now, you probably enjoy rich, full flavor and cool mildness in a cigarette just as much as doctors do. And that's why, if you're not a Camel smoker now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't in harmony with your throat. See if you, too, don't say, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, I'm going to New York with you. You know, Bucky Harris, the Yanks manager, gave me a job as coach for as long as you're on the team.
Look, Abbott, if you're a coach, you must know all the players.
I certainly do.
Well, you know, I never met the guys, so you'll have to tell me their names, and then I'll know who's playing on the team.
Oh, I'll tell you their names, but you know, strange it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
You mean funny names?
Strange names, pet names, like Dizzy Dean and...
His brother Duffy?
Daffy Dean.
And their French cousin.
French?
Gouffet.
Gouffet Dean, oh, I see. Well, let's see, we have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You're going to be the coach, too?
Yes.
And you know the fellow's name?
Well, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing
Who
first.
is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Look, you got a first baseman?
Certainly.
Who's playing first?
That's right.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
All I'm trying to find out is the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The guy that gets the
That's
money.
it.
Who gets the money on
He
first
does,
base?
every dollar. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Look, all I want to know is when you sign up the first baseman, how does he sign his name to the
Who?
contract? The guy.
Who?
How does he sign his
That's
name?
how he signs it.
Who?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
One base at a time.
Well, don't change the playing field.
I'm not changing nobody.
Take it easy, buddy.
I'm only asking you, who's the guy on first base?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
What's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him. Now, listen.
Now, how did I get on third base?
Why, you mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again. You play on third base, don't go off it.
All right, nobody will know.
Now, who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
What am I putting on third?
What is on second?
You don't want who on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base! You got outfield?
Sure.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing first?
I'm not. Stay out of the infield. I want to know what's the guy's name in left field.
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base. And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
Look. You got a pitcher on the team?
Sure.
The pitcher's name?
Tomorrow.
You don't want to tell me the
I'm
name?
telling you,
Then
man.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now, listen, who is not pitching?
I'll break your arm, you say. Who's on first? I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Got a catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name.
Today.
And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on it. I'm a catcher, too.
No, they don't.
I get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and a heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Now, the heavy hitter bunts the ball. When he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I want to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's all you have to do.
Is to throw the ball to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
Look, if I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to Natural.
No, you don't. You throw the ball in the hole.
Naturally.
That's different.
That's what I say.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to
You
Natural.
throw it to who?
Natural.
That's it.
That's what I said.
Listen, you ask me.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you. Same as you. I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs to second.
Yes.
Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to because. Why? I don't know. He's on third and I don't give a darn.
What?
I said I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
I mean,
for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Lyon, Colorado, USAF Station Hospital, Davis-Monthan Field, Tucson, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Palo Alto, California. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What is that, Lou, you've got in your hand there? Another telegram?
Hey, Abbott, look, I just got a telegram from Joe DiMaggio.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Lou, just heard your show. I think you have the makings of the world's greatest natural ball player. You have spiked teeth, a club head, and you've been off your base for years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and a special good night to Joe DiMaggio. Get well quick, Joe.
Listen to Abbott and Costello again next Thursday night when Costello is going to build himself a new prefabricated house. You can imagine the trouble he'll get into. I don't know whether it'll be a 1-story house or a 2-story house, but anyway, that's another story.
Prince Albert Pipe Appeal. They're one and the same thing. Any tobacco burns, makes smoke, but where else can you find the tobacco that has the pipe appeal of Prince Albert? The coolness, mildness, the rich, full flavor. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Trim cut to smoke slow and cool. So pack your pipe with mellow, rich PA. Enjoy Pipe Appeal with Prince Albert. And while we're speaking of enjoying yourself, be sure to tune in on Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night. You all know and love the songs of America, but this week you have something extra special in store for you. Red Foley and his guests, Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff. Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine, Who's on First, is now available at Phonograph Records. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
For more information on hundreds of...
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is air. A-I-R.
Really? You bet your life.
The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Why doesn't that guy get lost? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take it away from me?
A pair of newlyweds, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Merton Bedford. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you win $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Is that clear?
Clear.
Well, you're quite welcome. Now, you're newlyweds, eh? Mrs. Rose Bedford. How newlywed are you?
Last Saturday.
Miss Bedford, you're the happy groom?
I am.
I don't want to seem nosy, Mr. Bedford, but approximately how old are you?
61.
61. Well, you don't look it. And would it be asking too much, Mrs. Bedford, if I inquired as to your age?
Oh, we're about the same age.
We are? I don't believe it. I'll call you Rose. You don't care. You're married now, and you're out of my clutches. Now, what sort of work do you do, Merton?
I'm a carpenter.
A carpenter? What kind of a carpenter? Huh?
Finish carpenter?
Well, I mean, you start too, don't you?
Oh, yes.
When you say a Finnish carpenter, I didn't mean where you came from, your nationality. I meant... Well, what kind of a carpenter are you?
A good carpenter.
How long did you go with Merton here before he proposed, Rose?
About 2 weeks.
Is that true, Mike?
That is right.
Do you remember exactly what you said when you proposed?
I said I planned a trip to Alaska. Will you go with me?
And was she to regard that as a proposal? How many proposals did you have before you married Merton, Rose?
4 or 5.
Well, you did pretty well. Why didn't you marry one of the other boys?
Well, I had 3 from him.
Why didn't you grab him the first time he proposed?
I did, but he pretended he didn't hear me.
Now, how did you meet Merton?
At his first wedding. You see, his brother was my sweetheart. And we went to the wedding, and Everett and I took Merton and Laura in a 1910 Rambler up to Estes Park for their honeymoon. Oh, I've been on honeymoon twice. He was married in Then I married his brother in 1914.
What was there about Merton that attracted you most? Do you remember?
His name.
Merton?
No, Bedford. My name was Rosebell Bedford.
I see. And you just married him so you wouldn't have to change names? Is that
Yes, that had something to do with it. And now I'd like to ask you a question, may I?
I've never had a rambler, if that's what you're getting at. Okay,
well,
shoot. I'll answer anything
now,
within reason. Huh?
This is a problem that has been presented to my children by me marrying Merton. If their mother marries their uncle, then she becomes their aunt. And they become their own cousin. But he becomes their stepfather. So they are their own stepbrothers and sisters. Now, will eventually they become their own grandpa and grandma?
Do you want to go through that again, Rose? I think since he's a carpenter and they're all stepchildren, he can fix the steps, I think. Has anything embarrassing ever happened to you, Merton?
Yes. As a coach for the girls' basketball team.
I was coach?
I was coach. We had a practice in the gymnasium. I was the only man present. I was standing in the center holding the ball for the jump-up. Something out of my line of vision happened. And all the girls turned blushing away. I daresn't look back. By and by the girls came back, and later I found out one of the girls had lost her bloomers.
What was the score then, do you remember? I have forgotten. You see, I'm a sportsman at heart. That's the only thing. Well, you seem like a very happy couple, and I wish you a long and smooth voyage on the sea of matrimony. Now, just watch out for a tidal wave about 5 pounds 3 ounces. Now, in just a minute, you're going to have a chance to make $2,000 in real cash. I don't know what other kind.
Friends, you know, it really pays to do business with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. For every one of these dealers from coast to coast has an assignment that means service to you. A dealer's creed, if you like, and is carried out by each and every person you'll meet at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, from the skilled mechanics in the shop to the folks in the showroom. That assignment is to deal with you fairly and squarely at all times, to give you the quickest possible service, and to charge you a reasonable amount, whether it be for a routine checkup or a difficult repair job. For the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers believe in one policy above all others, that the customer's wants come first. That's why you can count on friendly courtesy and genuine consideration whenever you visit an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if a pair of newlyweds will get a chance at the $2,000. Send them and tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected important cities of the world as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 500,000 in population. You have $20. How much are you going to risk? Now, Rose?
5.
In what country is the city of Lisbon?
Portugal.
Portugal is correct.
They're on their way, Groucho. They have $25.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 25 are you going to try?
10.
All right. In what country is the city of Nagoya? Nagoya.
India.
Is that the answer you two agree upon?
No, I think it was in Spain.
No, I'm sorry. It's Japan. That's a tough one.
They now have $15.
How much of the 15 will you try?
2.5.
In what country is the city of Lyons? Lyons.
Switzerland.
Do you agree with that?
France.
Do you agree? Which one do you want, huh?
France.
France is correct, huh?
On the way again, they have $17.50.
I had a squeeze. $17.50, huh? Why, you can get a suit with 3 pair of pants for that. Huh? Here we go. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $17.50 are you going to try?
$10 again.
$10. In what country is the city of Zurich? Zurich.
Switzerland.
Yeah, you're right. It's Switzerland, huh?
And they wind up with $27.50.
Now, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, stick around. You can still be high for the night and get a crack at the $2,000.
Groucho, the secret word is still air. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a married man and a girl who works in a supermarket. And here they are, Miss Helen Noyes and Mr. Bert Cox. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Helen Noyes, is that right? Where are you from, Helen?
I'm from Ralph's grocery store in Burbank.
You were born in a supermarket? I thought supermarkets didn't make deliveries anymore. Are you married?
No.
You're the married man, huh? But,
yes.
Mr. Cox, where are you from?
Right across from Covington, Kentucky, I was born.
In Ohio, huh?
Raised in Kentucky.
Some people out there have been flooded by the Ohio River, and they want... How did you meet your wife, Mr. Cox?
Back in the sidewalks of New York, back there, Buffalo, New York, and I was coming out of the restaurant.
Wait a minute. You're on the sidewalks of New York, back in Buffalo, New York?
Well, I just happened there, and I was coming out of a restaurant, very, very cold, and it was the streets were all icy and the sidewalks icy, and as I came out, she come in, and and we both went flat, and she said, "Where you come from?" And I said, "I come from Kentucky. Where did you come from?" She said, "Oh, you did you? Wham!"
She didn't like Happy Chandler, I guess.
I come from Scotland. Well, I finally slid her over.
Scotland, Buffalo, the Ohio River, and Kentucky.
Well, it was kind of like...
You certainly touched all the bases, babe. Okay, anyhow, now you're in Buffalo, flat on the sidewalk, huh?
I finally got her on her feet, slid her over the telephone pole and lifted her up and...
What was that?
I slid over the telegraph pole and got a hold of it and grabbed her hand and we got up.
Oh.
And then I said, well, let's go in and
then
talk
you had a
about
Western Union, was that it? The telegraph pole?
Yeah,
When you get married in the East?
I was only noticing her blue eyes, her dark hair, and her red lips, and I wasn't thinking of anything else.
I'll go along with you on that. Go on, you may fire when ready.
I took her a buggy ride.
You took her for a buggy ride?
The next day. She said she'd
Well, what became of the Rambler, huh?
Oh,
no, that was another couple. This is really the Department of Utter Confusion here.
Niagara Falls, we took a buggy ride.
You took a buggy ride over Niagara Falls?
Driving this horse, my hand got cold, and I kind of slid it up her sleeve a little bit to keep warm. She asked me to. And she said, it's torn in one finger, and I'll take it home mended. And just joking, I said, do you mend my gloves, and I'll buy yours. And she took it seriously. She said, well, wouldn't that be romantic? We could get married right in Niagara Falls. And I said, well, I wasn't quite prepared. I haven't been saving. She said, you don't need any money to get married. I said, well, anyhow, I haven't got a ring and anything now. She looked in her hand was a ring, her mother's ring that she had with her.
Well, you certainly came well equipped, this gal.
We'll go to Buffalo and then we'll come back
tomorrow. You probably
tomorrow.
even provided the telegraph pole.
Then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll get married. She said, I have my purse with me. And she paid the hotel bill and the preacher $5. And she's been taking care of me ever since like that. Nearly 50 years. Very happy.
Well, I think you ought to take a deep bow to the audience, and I think you ought to get a big round of applause. Anybody can start off a marriage, flop down the sidewalk, and then stay married 50 years. All the credit in the world, huh? Now, what do you do in a supermarket, Miss Noyes? I almost forgot about you, as charming as you look, huh?
I'm a checker.
You're a checker, huh? No wonder the boys in the firehouse like to play checkers, huh? Let's go to Buffalo and fall on the sidewalk, huh? I don't want to appear particularly stupid, Miss Noyes, but just what is a checker?
Well, I check the prices. I'm a cashier.
Oh, you're the cashier, huh? Now it begins to register.
No.
What do you do? Huh?
Well, seriously, I check the prices, ring up the things on the register, and see that the things are properly bagged.
How do you mean you properly bag the groceries? Is there more than one way to bag the groceries? Huh?
Sure, you have to put all the canned goods on the bottom and the soft things on the top.
I don't know why you bother. When I get home, the soft things are always on the bottom anyway. Do you have to know all the prices, Miss Noyes?
No.
That's too bad. They live next door to me, and they're very nice people, the prices. Now tell me, would artichokes go in the top of the sack or the bottom?
On the top.
You're just checking the checker, that's all. Now, Mr. Cox, I don't mean to be ignoring you, but I can't think of anything better to do at the moment. You ever do any shopping for your family, Bert?
Not much.
Do you know the prices?
No.
Nobody seems to know the prices. Very nice couple. Although I must admit they stay pretty high most of the time. Well, if you don't know the prices, how can you sure you're not being cheated, Bert?
I'm not.
A gullible fellow, isn't he? Huh? Miss Noyes, how can he be sure he's not being cheated? Huh?
He can always check his sales slip.
How do you know he wears one? Now, where would you put tomatoes, on the top or the bottom? Well, you're fired. I was speaking of canned tomatoes. Well, now that my shopping is all done and I haven't got a dime in my pocket, let's see if you two will get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Bedford, won $27.50.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous discoveries and inventions as your category. Now, you have $20. How much are you going to try at the $20?
$5.
Who discovered the law of gravity? Oh, I'm sorry. It was Sir Isaac Newton. Well, now you got $15. Remember, you're going for $2,000. That's the big money anyhow. Now, how much of the $15 are you going to try?
$5.
Who perfected the first electric telegraph?
Marconi.
No, that's an Italian dish. No, this was Morse. Yeah, you only got $10. Now, how much of the $10 you going to try?
$2.
$2? Okay. Who discovered radio? You got it?
Oh, you got to talk. Yes.
Oh, who is it?
Yes. No, I don't know.
You don't know? It's a good thing you only bet $2.
Isaac Newton, then.
Huh?
Madame Curie.
Madame Curie is right. Well, we're on our way again. Now they have $12. Now, is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 12 will you try?
Shoot
10.
Shoot the works. 12? 12 or 10?
That's
12. Okay. Who advanced the theory of relativity?
Einstein.
Albert Einstein.
And they wind up with $24.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Well, our last couple will be out here in a moment, and then we know who gets the chance at the $2,000. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the newlyweds are leading with $27.50. And Groucho, the secret word is still air. We invited some Brownie troop leaders and some public school officials to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Rosalie Jackman and Mr. David Bilovsky, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he gets $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Jackman?
Yes.
Very pretty girl, Mrs.
thank
Jackman. You're the Brownie troop leader?
That's right.
What is a brownie? One of those chocolate nut fudge squares you buy you
No.
get in the bakery? Eh?
Brownie's a little girl. A little Girl Scout.
How long have you been married?
8.5 years.
I thought you were about 21 years old.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, it's nothing. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have two
You
girls.
have two. I bet they're beautiful, too, aren't they?
Well, we think they're kind of cute.
Do they like brownies, too?
Yes, one's a brownie, and she loves it.
What does your husband do?
He's a tool inspector from Manasco. They make airplanes.
Well, you said something, and you win $100 for that, huh?
What'd I say?
Are you waving to your husband?
Yes.
You ought to be what a nerve you've got of me flirting with you here all doing this. You just said air, and that's the secret word tonight, so you win $100 in cash.
Oh, God.
Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Now let's get back to business, huh? Mr. Belovsky, you're from the public schools?
That's right, Groucho.
And how old are you?
30.
Well, you'd be in about the 7th grade in school now, would you? Well, judging from my experience. Just what do you do in school, huh?
Assistant supervisor of attendance in the city schools.
Oh, you supervise the attendance, huh? Why do the attendants need supervising?
I don't supervise the attendance. I supervise the attendance.
Well, why didn't you say so, huh? Would you be averse to amplifying that, Mr. Belovsky?
I'm the liaison man, say, between the school and the home.
Well, you can. I don't know what you mean, but...
I'm the one they send out when they try to find out why a child is not in school.
You're the contact between the home and the school, is that it?
That's right.
In other words, you drive a bus, is that it? You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were a truant officer.
We don't call it that anymore.
When I was a kid, we had other names for them, too. What's the difference between an old-style truant officer and an assistant supervisor of attendance? And don't say the spelling.
Well, it's a matter of approach. Today we try to find out why a child is not in school rather than just grabbing him by the seat of his
Steady
pants
now, steady.
and dragging him into school.
Uh-huh. In other words, you try to find the reason they play hooky, is that right?
Right.
Well, I can tell you the reason, you know. They hate school. You must have some interesting stories about your job, Mr. Bezlovsky. Could you give us one?
Well, I remember a time when I visited a home and asked for a mother of a boy.
I've done that, too.
Before I knew what was happening, I was helping in the delivery of a child. They had expected the doctor.
And you expected that kid to be in school? That's certainly grabbing him at a young age. And what happened?
The doctor arrived. So did the baby.
How are your brownies, Mrs. Jackman? Are they done yet?
They're fine, thanks.
And as a brownie troop leader, you get pretty good pay, I presume, huh?
No, I do it just for the fun of it.
Well, couldn't you have fun and get paid, too?
Well, it'd be nice.
What are your duties as a... I'll call you Rosalie, huh?
Sure, that's swell.
Your husband turned around the other way for a while.
We collect dues $0.05 a week. And I buy the handcraft materials and just all kinds of things.
How many girls do you supervise?
I have about 13 now.
18 girls at $0.05 a week. That's 90 cents. That's not hay, you know. Pretty near hay, but it's not hay. You teach the youngsters anything about scouting?
Oh, yes, we take them on cookouts.
Mine is out on Thursdays. And with a hangover Friday, huh?
We take them out to a park or where they can have a barbecue or a fire. And
then what do you do? Then you call the roll? Huh?
Oh, yes, we always call the roll.
You cook the roll with the brownies?
No.
Well, I'm sure it's a very worthwhile organization. There ought to be more organizations like that.
It certainly is.
I'd like to join, too. Now, let's get back to you, Mr. Belovsky. Pretend I'm a high school boy and I'm not in school. And you run into me in Sam's pool room. Now, that's your cue. Now, find out what's wrong, huh?
Hello, Groucho. What are you doing here?
How do you do, Mr. Belovsky?
How do you do, Groucho?
How do you do, Mr. Belovsky? If we keep saying that, you'll never find out what I'm doing in the pool.
It's only 5th period now. You should be in geometry class now.
I'll play the 6 ball on the side, huh? Now, what'll happen if I don't go back to school?
Well, if you don't go to school, Groucho, you'll be a shiftless ne'er-do-well, or maybe even worse.
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, I must say it's been very educational having you two here tonight, and people like you who devote their lives to youngsters are doing an important job for the community. Now, you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game, you bet your life. If you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds are still ahead with $27.50.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected Latin songs as your category. Is that correct? Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
What's the name of this Latin song? Play, Jerry.
Siboney.
Siboney. And it on the way with $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
Jerry Fielding will play. You identify this song. Brazil is right.
And now we have $50.
Listen, you're not spending all your time with those brownies. You wouldn't know that. Okay, you got 50. How much you going to try?
40, I guess.
Okay, give me the title of this song.
Amapola.
Amapola.
Sarah Kleiman with $90 now.
What a silly name, Amapola. Isn't that a silly name for a song? All right, you got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
40.
What's the title of this Latin melody?
Green Eyes. And they wind up with a total of $130. And that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Do you know what makes it possible for a car owner to get really expert service at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers? Well, for one thing, the training their service mechanics get. Factory training. Not just when they first go to work for a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, but constant training to keep them up on the new service and maintenance methods that are constantly coming out of the factory. And it's important for all you car owners to get this expert service at a fair price. That's why it pays to go to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's an emergency or a routine checkup. So, for the best from your car, drive in where you get the best service at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the Brownie troop leader and the school official, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
Well, that's a lot of money. You can buy a lot of brownies for that, huh? Here we go for $2,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here it is. The last emperor to rule on the North American continent was driven from his throne in 1867. Who was this last emperor in North America? What's the answer you two have decided upon? What is it? No, I'm sorry. It's Emperor Maximilian. He was driven from his throne in Mexico by Benito Juarez. That was a tough one. I'm sorry. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $130 in the quiz plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $2,500.
Well, it's almost time for Bingo the Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Remember, you can't stop quick when streets are slick. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's about 3:30 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook. The former is established at the library table doing a spot of office work at home, while the latter, who has just this moment arrived home from school, stands beside the Davenport, removing his overcoat. Listen.
Busy there, Gov?
Not especially. I'm over the hump. Got the wrinkles ironed out of these invoices. Now all I have to do is copy off my figures neatly on a clean piece of paper.
Is Mom upstairs?
Mom stepped across the alley a few minutes ago to help Ma Razorcum sew on a dress. Said she'd probably remain until time to fix supper.
Then we can talk.
Sure thing. Draw up a chair. What's on your mind?
The interest on my money.
Come over that again, Lum.
Gov, I was sitting in English class this afternoon, kind of looking out the window and daydreaming, and a thought hit me. Hit me like a ton of bricks. Why, it was like a blinding flash of light. Yes, sir, this thought I had was like a blinding flash of light. The interest on my money.
What about the interest on your money?
I never realized before my money was earning interest. The notion just never entered my head. Entered my head this afternoon like a blinding flash of light. Yeah.
When I was gold digging in the Klondike, fixed 56 years ago this coming June, I used to whip out my trusty old banjo and sing sweet melodies.
If you would just as soon put comical jokes off to one side, I'd like to have a confidential chat with you before Mom comes home.
The comical jokes are off to one side. Proceed.
I've got money in the bank. I've had money in the bank for years and years. And that money has been accumulating interest. Like I say, I never realized that interest was accumulating until this afternoon in English class, when the thought hit me like a blinding flash of light. I think I ought to have that interest. I'm stony broke. Haven't got a nickel to my name. And I'm in debt. I owe Leland Richards 8 cents. I owe Smelly Clark a dime. I owe Russell Duncan 3 packages of chewing gum. I owe the Greek downtown a quarter.
Do you ever charge account of the Greeks?
Once in a while he'll put an item on the cup. And there's stuff I want to buy. 11 separate and distinct articles I'm very anxious to have in my possession. If I could go down to the bank and draw out the interest my savings have accumulated, I'd probably be in a position to pay off all my debt, purchase the junk I want, and also have a tidy little sum left over. Don't you think I ought to have that interest?
The matter is hardly in my department, Louise. Your mother's the party.
Well, let's leave Mom out of the discussion a minute. How much money have I got in the bank?
Well, don't you know?
Haven't the slightest idea. I haven't seen my bank book since I was 7 years old.
Well, doesn't your mother keep you posted?
No. She deposits the cash, handles the entire business, and keeps mum. When I ask her about my savings account, she tells me not to bother my head about it. Tells me I'll get a grand, wonderful surprise when I'm age 21, and she reveals what I'm worth.
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
Well, it's a good idea. I'm not beefing about the idea. Mom's okay. And I'm willing to accept any arrangement she feels like making. Naturally, she'd rather I didn't trot down to the bank and draw out money every time I felt like it. That's fine with me. Let my savings account remain undisturbed. Good. Great. Dandy.
Well, then, what do you...
It's the interest. I want the interest. The money that's been deposited won't change. That stays like it is. But I want the interest. Don't you think I ought to have the interest?
I think you'd better consult your mother on the subject.
Well, she'll get consulted in good time. And that's where I want your cooperation.
Hey, now, I don't want to get dragged into any...
I must have close to $200 in that savings account of mine.
You need some?
Yes, it is. And I don't want to disturb it. Leave it lay in the bank. Mom's right. It'll be a grand, wonderful surprise when I'm age 21.
Well, I suggest
But the interest, Gov, the interest. That's gravy. If I go down and draw out the interest, my savings account will be the same as ever. Who can kick about that? And I'm entitled to the interest. Don't you think I'm entitled to the interest?
I wish you wouldn't ply me with blunt questions, demanding answers which later I might find embarrassing.
I sat there in English class. My mind was wandering. And all of a sudden, this idea hit me like a blinding flash of light. I almost talked out loud. I sat up in my seat like a jumping jack. The interest on my money, I muttered. The interest on my money. Teacher, Miss Sutton, glanced at me in surprise.
I advise you to take this matter up with your mother.
All right. Now I'm ready to include my mother in the discussion. To begin with, Mom wouldn't any more let me tell my story than a rabbit. As soon as I mention savings account, she screams like a panther. You know that's true. Isn't that true? Are you saying yes or no?
Listen, Harriet, I don't propose to be drawn into any conspiracy.
There don't need to be any conspiracy.
Sounds to me very much like you're trying to inveigle me into...
Not at all. Now, here's the thing in a nutshell. Instead of me bringing this matter to Mom's attention, you do it.
Wait a minute now.
Suppose after supper tonight, I casually said to Mom, Mom, I wouldn't disturb my bank account for anything in the world, but I was thinking I could certainly use the interest that's been accumulating all these years. Suppose I said that. Why, as soon as I got the words bank account out of my mouth, she'd yell bloody murder. Am I right? Answer yes or no.
Oh, Mom, of course, has your best interest at heart, and naturally...
I appreciate all that. Sure, she's got my best interest at heart.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get the idea across to Mom that the interest on the money I've got in the bank can be drawn out without interfering with the main savings account.
Well, as you point out, Mom is extremely ticklish when it comes to...
Sure she is. That's what I say.
Well, what exactly...
We'll have a little chat after supper this evening, you and me. We'll play a game of rummy here on the library table and carry on a conversation, especially for Mom's benefit. She won't realize what we're doing. Understand? We'll bring out all the various points, get the angle, and pretty quick she'll have the whole thing clear in her mind. Like this. Hello, Gov.
Oh, yes.
A game of rummy?
Okay.
All right. We're all sat down and dealing out the tickets. Well, discarding the ace of diamonds, eh? I'll just take that ace of diamonds, by George. Been a dandy day today.
Yeah.
Now you bring up the business about the interest.
Interest?
Ask me, easy and casual, if I don't think a lot of interest has accumulated on my savings account.
Don't you think a lot of interest has accumulated on your savings account?
Not out of a clear sky. Mom would smell a mouse. Say, by the way, Rush, I was just thinking. Don't you imagine a lot of interest has accumulated on your savings account?
By the way, Rush, I was just thinking. Don't you imagine a lot of interest has accumulated on your savings account?
Why, Gov, I'm glad you mentioned that. Same idea occurred to me this afternoon. Must be a considerable amount of interest down there in the bank. The wonderful thing about interest, you know, Gov, is that you can draw it out without disturbing the amount of money you've got on deposit. About this point, Mom will start pricking up her ears. Yes, sir, Gov. That's the wonderful thing about interest. Draw it out, and your bank book continues to read the same as it ever did. It just so happens that at the present moment, Gov, I find myself flat broke. So I believe first thing in the morning I'll step down to the bank and draw out my interest.
That's the point where your mother will hop up and jump down your collar with both feet.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Oh, sure.
You take the initiative. You do the talking. I'll keep quiet.
Close closet. I hate to throw cold water, but I greatly fear your cause is lost from the very beginning. Don't you agree?
I suppose.
Your savings account is in pretty capable hands. Your mother knows pretty much what she's doing. I suggest you leave things as they are.
I did get hit by that thought this afternoon, though. It was like a blinding flash of light.
How much cash do you require for your present needs, commitments, and obligations?
Well, I owe Leland Richards 8 cents and Smelly Clark a dime.
18 cents.
Russell Duncan 3 packages of chewing gum, 15 cents.
33 cents.
Greek a quarter.
58 cents. That all?
That's all I'm in debt.
You mentioned some articles you wish to acquire. What were their purchases, Renya?
Around $2.50.
$3.50 then, and bring you triumphantly out of the woods, eh?
Oh, boy.
Tell you what I'm going to do with you, meat grinder.
I'm
going to slip you a 5-spot.
Really?
A crisp new $5 note. You've been on the up and up with me, and I'm disposed to play ball with you. Here, with my compliments.
Gee whiz.
Spend it wisely and make it last as long as possible.
You're okay, Governor. No mistake.
Thanks. Now beat it. I wasted enough time. Got this work to finish. If I don't... What you want to do? Shake hands? Okay. Put it there.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up on the next block.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Jink Falkenburg. Cover girl, swimmer, movie actress, tennis star. Yep, she's packed to the hilt with talent. And boy, what a hilt. Yeah, lovely face, Duffy. You know, the kind of a girl you'd like to have for a sister. Only if she was, you'd wish she wasn't. Yeah, but tonight I got other things on my mind, Duffy. Huh? Well, look, now that we're closing up the joint, I might just as well tell you that I'm quitting. Huh? Well, look now. For 15 years, you have worked me like I was a dog. You treated me like the dirt on your feet. You bawled me out like I was a thick-headed jerk. You paid me wages that even a moron wouldn't work for. Huh? Well, I got my own reasons for quitting. Now, look, Duffy, please, do not argue. Tears and lamentation will get you nowhere. Well, I gotta go. Huh? I bid you bon voyage, sir. Don't bother me now, Eddie. I gotta check this ad for Tripagraphical Let's see. Available. High-class Maestro D Hotel. Harvard graduate. Also some high school. Wonderful executive. I wonder if I spell it. Yeah, that looks all right. E-C-K-X. Z-E-C-K-Z. Y-O-U-U. No, I think I got one diphthong too many. Hey, Eddie.
Yes?
How do you spell executive?
Executive? E-X-E-C-U-T-I-V-E.
Eddie, leave us not guess, shall we?
sorry. But you really going to leave this place, Mr. Archer?
Yep, Eddie, the Casters died. I already told Duffy. And boy, what a relief, you know. For the first time in 15 years, I feel freedom coursing through me veins. Yes, sir, Eddie, when I leave this job, I'll be walking on air.
And living on it, too.
Don't worry, I'll do okay. I've learned a lot from working for that dirty miser.
You have?
Yes, sir. Next time a boss tells me I'll only have to work 80 hours a week, 6.5 days for $15, brother, I'll get it in writing. When I think how that Duffy has pushed me around, well, I don't have to tell you, Eddie. You know how much I've taken from him.
And without getting caught, too. Miss Archer, how you happen to come to work in this gastronomical Alcatraz in the first place?
I was a dope, Eddie. I let that Duffy soft soap me into it. What a picture he painted. Archie, someday this place will be all yours. I ain't gonna live forever. Promises. Empty promises.
He let you down, huh?
Yep. How'd he suck you into coming here?
Well, I was just an inexperienced country boy at the time, and when Mr. Duffy told me the hours and the pay, I thought it was a good job.
Come on, Eddie, quit kidding. What keeps you here?
Well, as a matter of fact, see, I kind of like this place.
Huh?
Yeah. Maybe I'm just a sucker for bright lights and the crunch of petrol.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Eddie. There is certain things about this joint that does get under your skin.
Yeah.
Yeah? The soft swish of a customer being dragged through the sawdust.
Yeah. The gentle rattle of teeth getting knocked out in a fight.
Yeah. The gusty smacking of lips at the free lunch.
Followed by the dull thud of falling bodies.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Quit trying to nostalgize me. I see what you're trying to do. No, sir. My mind is made up.
What?
Hello, Finnegan. Yeah, it is. I was saying my mind is made up.
What's the matter, Art? You sound sad.
Yeah, Finnegan. You see, I ain't going to be here much longer.
You ain't going to be... Go on, Art. You'll live to dance at my funeral.
Finnegan, I ain't talking about riggering me mortis.
Oh.
I'm talking about quitting me job.
Oh, is that so? Art, I don't want to seem a ghoul, but if there's going to be a vacancy, I wonder if Duffy would consider me.
There is an old maximum. You can't fill a vacancy with a vacancy. You know, there's a lot to learn before you can manage a joint like this.
So what? I learn very fast.
Well, if you learn very fast, how come you don't know nothing?
Well, easy come, easy go.
It's laughable. You run Duffy's Tavern. Then again, you had no business experience.
Archie, you forget my dog walking around. And the year that I was associated with that hidey-tidy.
You mean one of them hand organs with a monkey?
Yeah.
Which end of the business were you in?
I was the one that turned the crank.
Oh. Well, was the enterprise successful?
Well, between you and me, no. You see, a business has to be built on confidence, and frankly, I just couldn't trust that monkey.
Well, Finnegan, you'd have problems on this job, too. No, I'm afraid I couldn't recommend you.
Oh, another failure.
Yeah, you do have tough luck, don't you?
Yeah, it's a case of us Finnegans, Art. I guess I'm just like me father. The one time in his life he started to make good money selling apples, boom, the Depression ended and he was wiped out.
Yeah, That's when you left school and went to work, wasn't it?
No, I wanted to leave school, but my mother wouldn't let me. I was only in 4B.
How old was you?
Not quite 19. Besides, my mother wanted me to stay until I learned to read and write.
Well, did you?
No, it was terrible. first I could read and I couldn't write. And I finally learned to write and I forgot how to read. So it was a vicious cycle.
Well, then why didn't your mother let you go to work?
She was afraid it would interfere with me education.
Well, which was your first job, the dog walking or the hurdy-gurdy?
Neither one. I started as a panhandler.
Then again, you a panhandler?
Not for long, Arch. It wasn't for me. Asking strangers for a nickel for a cup of coffee. I got sick of it.
Why? It sounds like easy money.
Yeah, but who could drink all that coffee?
Well, I'm going to miss you, Finnegan. But, on the other hand, it'll be such a pleasure to get away from that big, fat, blubber-headed boss of mine.
Archie, you stop talking that way about Papa.
What makes you think I'm talking about your father, Miss Duffy?
What other big, fat, blubber-headed boss have you got?
You mean that I did have? I'm quitting. Maybe you don't know it.
Yeah, I heard about it. And I think it's a dirty trick after all Papa's done to you. What gratitude. Why, Papa made you what you are today. You're worthless, good for nothing.
Hey, Meg, look, Miss Duffy. I have worked for your father 15 years, man and beast. And if I had it to do over again, it would be over his dead body.
What an ingrate. After Papa picks you up, gives you a swell job, treats you like a son, lends you money whenever you want.
30% interest?
Well, he has to protect himself, lending money to a fellow with a job like yours. But that doesn't say that he's stingy.
Well, then I'll say it. Getting dough out of that guy is like trying to get blood out of a tourniquet.
Look, Archie, you don't know him like I do. You only know Papa as a boy, but I know him as a father. And believe me, people like him don't grow on trees.
Nope. They swing from them.
Archie, you don't understand him. Just because he's not the flashy type of a boss who likes to show off to his employees by giving them large salaries. He's certainly been good to me.
He has, huh?
Yeah. Whenever I wanted a few extra dollars, he'd never stop me from going out and working for it. You don't understand him. On the surface, he may seem to despise you and hate you, but underneath it all, he's really sincere.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Believe me, tonight when you told him that you weren't coming back, he just sat there with a lump in his throat.
No kidding?
Yeah. He was so shocked he swallowed a pig's foot whole.
He did, huh? Really? Gee, maybe I'm... No, sir, I gotta be gone. Now, leave me alone, Miss Duffy. Jink Falkenburg will be here any minute, and I want to get this ad mailed. Now, let's see. Wonderful executive. Tall, suave, nifty appearance. Will deal with principals only. Hot dog or hamburger stands need not apply. Well, I guess that does it. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Archie, the future ex-manager speaking. Oh, it's you, huh? Well, I ain't changed my mind one iota. No, sir, I'm still quitting. Well, it's your own fault for treating me the way you do, you thick-headed, ugly, stupid baboon. Well, it's time you realize that I'm your equal. Huh? What? Go soak your feet, you big mullet head.
Ah, me. Such a tender parting.
Well, it's no use leaving bad friends. Well, Eddie, I guess I better pack my stuff now. Let's see. Where's my bartender's handbook?
You mean how to win friends and put people under the influence?
Yeah.
It's right over there next to your Mickey manual.
Oh, thanks. Now, Now, let's see. I'll need me short measure jigger with the false bottom. Now, what else?
Hey, Miss Archie, that girl over there, ain't that Miss Jink Falkenburg?
Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at the cut of that dress. If the top was any lower and the skirt was any shorter, it'd make a great belt. Look at that. Boy, what an epidermis. Hello, Jinx. Hello.
Hello, Archie.
Jinx, I don't know how to greet you. You know, I'm so bedazzled by the glamour of your punctitudinous femininity and so overcome by the delicacy of your scintillating presence, I'm just speechless.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
So am I. Now, let us get down to conversation. How you been?
Oh, very well, thanks. And you?
Fair to middle.
You're certainly looking well.
Oh, pardon me, I didn't mean to stare.
No, Archie. What I meant was that you seem to be in very good condition.
Oh, well, I'm like you are. I'm very careful with my body. I treat it like a delicate machine, you know. You know how I got this physique of mine, don't you?
Malnutrition?
Yep. And plenty of it. Yes, sir. Lots of fresh air, exercise.
What have you been doing for exercise?
Oh, I've been working out in the gym.
Oh, calisthenics.
Well, I got a few blisters. Yeah, but doing that weightlifting, you know, flying around on a trapeze, rope climbing, barbells. Cut it out, Eddie. Yep, exercise has done me a lot of good. Had great results from it. You know that magazine, Strength and Health Digest?
Certainly.
I can tear it in half. But enough about me, Jinx. You look like you're in pretty good shape yourself. What have you been doing for exercise?
Oh, I've been doing a lot of walking.
Oh, well, if you want to go out with them kind of guys. That's strictly your own business.
Who's the tomato?
Then again, please. I wish you would be a little more cool. Jinx, this is Mr. Finnegan.
I'm very happy to know you, Finnegan.
Hey, all right, this thing's a fast working. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't I see your picture in Photoplay magazine last week?
Possibly.
In a strapless dress?
Yes.
With a bare midriff?
That's right.
And a long neck?
Right.
I thought the face was familiar.
Finnegan, really, I'm embarrassed for you.
What was that?
I'm embarrassed for you.
Well, thanks, Archie. And if I can ever be embarrassed for you, just call.
Finnegan, why don't you go pawn yourself and lose the ticket? Jinx, how come you're in town tonight?
I'm going over for the USO.
Oh, what are you going to do over there?
Well, that's just it, Art. I don't know what to do. I can't sing and I can't dance and...
Well, I got a feeling that in your case the boys will overlook a lot. Excuse me. Hello? What? No, it's too late to offer me a raise. 25? No, sir. You could make it 50, 75, even $1. I still quit. And the same to you, sir. Jinx, you say you were going overseas,
That's right.
Look, how's about hiring me?
No.
Well, then maybe I could be your...
No.
Well, you're going to need...
No.
What else can I do well? Now, look, Jinx, you just said yourself that you can't dance and you can't sing. Why don't you take somebody with you who can?
Archie, you mean that you sing and dance?
Yes. I not only sing and dance, but I tell great jokes, you know. Does that solve the problem?
No, Archie, it's not that simple. What I really need is a whole truth.
Jinx, if I can get the truth, can I go with you?
Well,
It's a deal. Now, wait right here. In a few minutes, I'll have the whole show ready for you to look over. Hey, Eddie, Finnegan, come here a minute. Answer the phone, Eddie, and tell him that I'm still quitting, that he is a jerk, a crumb, and an ignoramus.
Hello, Mr. Duffy? The opinions about to be expressed do not necessarily represent those of the speaker. You are a... Oh.
Well?
He beat us to it and added fathead.
The unmedicated gore. Well, when Jink sees this show we got here, I can bid this crummy joint a fine good riddance. Now, Eddie, you get your song ready, and I'll go over and check with Finnegan, Miss Duffy.
Right, Mr. Schubert.
Just call me Messrs. I'll be right with you.
Eddie.
Yes, Miss Falkenburg.
Who does he get?
Well, he suffered from a conflict.
What do you mean?
He got a champagne imagination and a beer head. You see, Miss Falkenburg, he quits this job every third day. But this time, I'm afraid he's thinking of quitting. In which case, he would be very unhappy. Because he really loves this place.
Well, why don't you talk him out of it?
Oh, that's what I was hoping you might do.
You mean bring him to his senses?
Yeah. Of course, it would be the first time they ever met.
Well, I'll see what I can do, Eddie.
Well, Jinx, we're all ready to roll. I got a show here that them guys overseas will be nuts about. Just sit down over there and listen to it. Okay, in the pits, music. Well, folks. Here I am again, you lucky people. 110 pounds of charm and personality. Zero Archie. The slap happy pappy with the snappy chatter that chases away them blues. Yeah, man.
Yeah, fun.
That's the idea, folks. Everybody joins in. Well, sir, a funny thing happened to me on my way down here tonight. I was accosted by a panhandler. He come up to me and Oh, yeah? See the way I handle them hecklers, Jink? And now, I bring you direct from the Orange Room at Nettix that solid sin and scat singer of smooth, syncopated swing, Eddie Green. What are you singing, Eddie?
Candy.
Take it away.
Candy, I call my sugar candy, 'cause I'm sweet on candy, and candy's sweet on me. She understands me, my understanding candy. Sweet candy, when I need sympathy. You know what I wish? I wish that there was 4 of her, so I could love much more of her. Oh, she's taken my complete heart. I'm crazy about my sweetheart. Candy, it's gonna be just dandy. Time when I marry Candy. And we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of the cutest little gumdrops when I make her mine, all mine.
And thank you, Eddie Green. Well, is everybody happy? Are we living? Are we in the groove? Good. Well, sir, a funny thing happened to me on my way. Please, sir, a simple "you're a bum" would have sufficed. And now, that popular duo of 2, them perennial favorites of stage, screen, and radio, appearing for the first time anywhere. Here they are, half a wit and a miss. The kids will sing that popular hit, Indian Love Call.
When you're calling me, hee, hee, hee.
and I'm calling to you. I love you too.
Oh, I love you so.
Thank you, half a wit and a miss. And thank you, half a wit and a miss. Now, folks, that concludes our early bird floor show. Well, Jinx, what did you think? Wasn't it sensational? Wasn't it terrific?
Yes, I liked it.
Yeah. Are you kidding?
No, it was great, Archie. Those people really love you.
You think? Them crumbs around here, what do they know?
I don't think they're crumbs, Archie. I think they're wonderful people. Yes, they're so warm and friendly, and they seem to represent all walks of life.
Yeah, I guess they do at that. Rich man thief, poor man thief, beggar man thief. Yeah, Jinx, they're really good. Well, Jinx, what about the European trip?
But won't you miss these people, Archie?
Well, no, I ain't the sentimental type. I can get along without them.
I got a little surprise for you to take with you when you leave.
Yeah. Let's see. A little bag of sawdust. Gee, that's nice of you, Flanagan.
Yeah, Mr. Archie, I got a little going-away present for you, too.
A lock of hair from the moose head. Oh, thanks, Eddie. Gee, fellas, these things are certainly going to remind me of the place. Well, Jinx, I think we better start going. Come on. Let's get out of this crummy dump, will you? Will you cut it out, fellas?
You see, Archie, they really love you.
Huh? Yeah, they do, don't they? Hello? Hello, Duffy. I ain't gonna quit. No, I won't leave, Duffy. No, I'll never leave you. Duffy. He's crying. Jinx, I guess you're right. Tell the fellas overseas I'm sorry, but my place is here, bringing happiness to these people. My people.
You're a bum!
You see, they really love me.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, they say that opportunity only knocks once, but it never knocks at Chester A. Riley's door. Oh, it doesn't have to. Riley goes out, waylays it, and drags it home, which is exactly what he's doing at this moment.
Peg, where are you? Peg.
Oh, hello, dear.
Peg, I gotta have $5. Hello, darling.
Riley, Mr. Gibson just phoned. Do you know he's your colonel in the community chess campaign?
Yeah, never mind that now. I gotta have $5.
He wanted to know how much money you collected for the drive.
Peg, please don't bother me about money. I'm asking you for $5.
So what for?
Well, I got a great opportunity. Today I met a fella.
Oh, I see. Riley, when are you going to learn? The last time you met a fella, you spent a whole week's pay for that insurance policy.
Well, what of it? Every family needs insurance.
Yes, but not against icebergs.
This has got nothing to do with icebergs. For $5, I can buy Dr. Flexo's Marvel Muscle Builder.
Muscle builder?
Yeah.
What on earth do you want with a thing like that?
Well, it's just what I need. Here, listen what it says on this circular. Do your muscles sag? Are you getting fat and flabby? In 30 days, we guarantee to make you a Greek god.
You?
Yeah.
A Greek god?
Why not?
In 30 days?
The god part, yes. The Greek may take a little longer.
Oh, Riley, you just can't spend money on foolishness like that.
Foolishness. Don't you want your husband to have a good figure? Read what it says there.
Let's see. Your wife will thrill at your manly physique.
Don't you want to be thrilled?
Well, not for $5. I can go to the movies and see Cary Grant for 30 cents.
You give me $5 and you can have Cary Grant in the house, night and day.
Oh, forget it, dear. It's just a waste of money.
Well, it's my money. I earn it, don't I? And I guess I can spend my money any way I want to. So lend me $5, will you, Craig?
Where am I going to get it?
Ah, don't give me that, Peg. You got a little bankroll stashed away somewhere.
Me? A bankroll?
You mean to tell me you don't lie to me and hold out a few bucks from the house money every week?
Why, I do not. I never lied to you in my life.
Fine wife you turned out to be. Just $5, Peg.
I haven't got
Here I got a chance to improve myself in my spare time.
Now, there are more important things you can do with your spare time. How about getting to work on the community chess drive? You insisted they make you captain of the district.
Well, I'm working on it. Don't I wear a red feather in my hat?
Oh, you haven't done one solitary thing so far.
How can you say that? Didn't I make up a list of names to contact?
You did not. I got those names out of the phone book.
And who handed you the phone book? Me.
Now, you'd better get to work or you'll never make your quota. Oh, this year's drive is very important. Why,
I know it's important. That's why they made me captain. I got my strategy all figured out. You see, here's my list right there. Joe Anderson. I'll phone up Joe Anderson first. He ought to be good for at least 20. Hello, Joe. Captain Riley talking. Now, about the community chest. What? You will? Oh, that's great, Joe. Yeah, sure is swell of you. You're a real citizen. If everybody was like you, this job would be a cinch. Thanks a million, Joe.
What'd he say, Riley?
Said he'd think it over.
What? The way you thanked him, I thought he pledged a lot of money. Now, Riley, you're going at this all wrong. You've got to...
Peg, I'm the captain. Now, who's next? John Bennett.
Now, the first thing to do is to tell
him... I know
that
exactly what to tell him. Hello, John. Captain Riley talking. Now, about the community chest. You know, the money is used for... Well, that's right, John. And not only that... Yes, the hospitals. Yeah, you said a mouthful, John. Yeah, and the old folks who... Well, that's right. Yeah, very important. You don't say. Why, I didn't know about the underprivileged children.
Oh, you're so right, John. I agree with you 100%. Everybody ought to give. You can put me down for $50. He was a pushover.
You're supposed to get pledges, not give them.
I gave him? Oh, I thought it was too easy. He talks so much.
Now, listen, will you just once? You've got to be firm with people. You do the talking. If you're going to be wishy-washy,
Yeah,
you might...
you're right, Peg. I'm changing my whole strategy. I'll be firm, like you say. Let's see, who's next? Jennings. Oh, he's that big real estate guy. Well, he ought to be good for at least $500. He owns half the real estate around here.
Now, remember, don't be wishy-washy.
Don't worry, this guy ain't talking me out of it. Hello, Jennings. Listen, you cheap tightwad. How about shelling out for the community chest? You made enough dough by rooking people on those cheesy houses. Why don't you... Hello? Hello? He hung up on me. Some people just won't give. But, Peg, I worked on my list all last night.
I know. How much did you collect?
Well, I saw Lucas, Mr. Robinson, Bill Cook, Joe Manelli, Tom Franklin.
Well, how much did they pledge, Daddy?
Well, they were so friendly, I didn't have the heart to ask them for money.
You didn't ask.
Oh, you've got to use sales technique, Pop. Now figure out how much a fella's good for, ask him for double, and settle for half.
Well, what do you know about it, Junior?
Well, yesterday I asked you for 50 cents, didn't I?
I gave it to you, didn't I?
Yeah, but all I wanted was a quarter.
You little...
Riley, control yourself.
That boy ought to be taught a lesson. And he owes me a quarter, too.
Now, look, dear, while you're at work, suppose I go and see some of these people on your list.
No, nothing doing. I'm the captain, not you. I got my pride. No woman is going to work for me.
Oh, you're too proud to let me work for you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right if I wash your shirts, mend your socks, cook your meals, and make your bed.
Well, you're entitled to some pleasure. Now, let's get it straight, Peg. I'll do my own collecting.
Oh, then you'll work on it tonight.
Well, no, tomorrow. Tonight I got a lodge meeting. Hey, I better get to work.
Oh, wait, Pop. I'll give you a lift to the bus on my bike.
Well, okay, but this time you sit on the handlebars. Let's go.
Oh, Mother, Daddy will never collect a cent the way he's going at it.
Oh, I know. And I don't dare do it for him. You heard him just now.
Well, somebody will have to do something.
Oh, Babs, is that you? Well, where have you been all day? You missed dinner.
Mother, look.
Good heavens, all that money.
$148. I went to half the people on Daddy's list, and they were only too glad to give.
You didn't. Why, your father'll be furious. I promised him I wouldn't.
You promised, Mother, but I didn't. He won't be angry when he sees what I collected. Is he home yet?
No, he's still at his lodge.
Oh, we'll tell him in the morning. Oh, I'm dead. I'm going right to bed.
Babs, what about this money? We can't leave it here on the table.
Oh, that's right.
We better put it in a safe place.
How about the cookie jar?
No, I've got a better idea. Hand me that cornflakes box there.
What for?
Now what? I empty the cornflakes. Mrs. Gillis told me about this trick. Now I put the money in the box and cover it with the cornflakes. See?
Why, that's a wonderful idea.
Yes. Nobody in his right mind would think of looking there.
Tell me, Riley, what did you think of the meeting tonight?
Well, I think it was a pretty poor turnout, Gillis. Only 6 members. Maybe at the next open meeting we shouldn't charge admission.
Well, that ain't it. Them other guys didn't show up because their wives wouldn't let them.
No?
Sure, you know these wives. Always suspicious. Why, they probably think we got chorus girls at the meetings.
What? That's silly. What would we want with chorus girls?
Sure, we're all respectable, faithful husbands.
Certainly. Besides, our wives are 10 times more beautiful than any chorus girl.
Now, let's not go overboard. Believe me, Riley, us husbands is getting a raw deal from our wives.
No, not me. My Peg is a honey.
They don't trust us, they don't respect us, they don't obey us. And in my case, she don't even like me.
Well, yeah, there's times they do get out of line. You take this morning. I asked my wife to lend me $5. Do you know what she said?
How should I know? I don't go snooping around, eavesdropping on my neighbors.
Well, she turned me down flat. All I wanted was $5, and not even for myself, but to buy her a present.
What does your wife want with a Flexo muscle builder?
Gillis, you heard.
Well, your window was open, and my ears happened to be pointing in that direction. Believe me, she had her nerve refusing you a measly fin. Especially when she's probably got a little wad stowed away somewhere.
Oh, no. There you're wrong, Gillis.
Wise up. I don't think there's a wife in the country that don't sneak out a little from the pay envelope every week. That's the price you pay for marriage. 2 withholding taxes.
But Peg swore she never held out. You gotta believe a woman when she swears at you.
Wake up, Riley. Stop talking like a bachelor. All I say is, we're home. Say, how about dropping over for a midnight snack to Pierre's Beanery?
Well, why spend money? Come on to my house. You can eat off of me.
Okay.
Let's go through the back so that we don't wake Peg up, huh?
Now I can see what's wrong with your marriage. You're too considerate. So she takes advantage. That's how she gets away with holding out dough on you.
Oh, pipe down, Gillis. You got Peg all wrong. Now, let's see what there is to eat. She just ain't the type to do such a thing, and if she swears she's broke, I'll stake my life on it. Say, how about some cornflakes?
I'll force myself.
Okay, Gillis, say when. There you are, Gillis.
Riley, I wanted cornflakes, not lettuce. And with Lincoln's picture on it yet.
Gillis, that's money there.
What a bundle. 100, 20, 30, $148.
But I don't understand. Well, I know they give little prizes in cereal boxes. But $148, Kellogg must have slipped up.
Don't you get it, you lucky dog? You found your wife's hideout.
No, it can't be. Peg wouldn't do such a thing. I'll stake my life on it.
You already lost one life.
But she wouldn't. It's Peg. Quick, hide everything. Don't let her see it in the cupboard.
Don't be a chump. Tell her off. Have a showdown. Right here and now. In front of me.
No. I'm going to put her to a test. I'm giving her one more chance to play square with me. You'll see you're wrong.
Oh, I thought it was you, Riley. Say, listen, dear, there's something I got to tell you. Bad for... Oh, Mr. Gillis, I didn't see you.
Hey, Mr. Zahn.
What did you want to tell me, Peg?
Well, it can wait. I'll tell you later. Good night.
No, wait a minute, Peg. I got something to tell you, and it can't wait. It's an emergency. I need some money.
Now, dear, it's midnight. Don't start about that muscle machine now.
No, this is different. It's important. I need some dough to help somebody out.
For who?
A pal of mine, an 80-year-old lady. She can't pay her rent, and if I don't help her, she'll be evicted. Out in the street. This poor 80-year-old lady and her 3-month-old baby.
What?
Never mind the details. You gotta trust me. I'm asking you to lend me some money. Let's say $20.
Now, Riley, I told you I haven't got any money, and
You swear it?
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to stand here arguing with you in front of... I'm going to bed. Good night.
Smart operator. She didn't bat an eyelash.
Gillis, you were right.
Of course I was. Now play it smart, Riley. Grab that dough and hold on to it.
Well,
It's your moolah. You slaved for it, didn't you?
Yeah, sure. Why shouldn't I take it? 17 years I've been working night and day. That's my dough. I can do what I want with it.
Sure, we can have a great time with $148. Let's buy some meat.
No, I got a better idea. I know just what to do with this money.
What's that?
I'm going to do what everybody should do. I'm going to donate it to the community chest. Boy, wait till these cheapskates on my list here that Riley gave $148. This'll give them something to talk about.
We'll have the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, everyone's going for Prel, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Yes, everybody likes Prel for 2 reasons.
First, Prel leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo. For soft, smooth, radiant hair, Prell's a real wonder.
Second, Prell's marvelous for dandruff. For Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
You go for that handy Prell tube, too. No messy jars, no slippery bottles.
So for hair free of unsightly dandruff, hair radiantly soft and smooth.
Get Prell, the shampoo you'll sing about.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Buy Prell shampoo. And now back to the Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Oh, hiya, Pop. You're home early.
Yeah, I got a meeting, Sonny. Where's your mother?
She went shopping with Dad.
Oh, she wasn't up when I went to work this morning. There's something I wanted to straighten out.
Oh, did you have a fight with Mom?
Junior, your mother and me never fight.
Oh, you just had a tiff.
Yeah, that's it. We had a tiff during the fight.
Oh, now don't worry, Pop. Mom won't be sore at you when she finds out how much you gave for the community chest.
You know?
Well, the whole neighborhood knows. When I was delivering my papers, everybody said what a great guy you were, Pop.
No kidding. Well, it's about time my true character leaked out.
And my school teacher made a speech about you, about good citizenship. Gee, I'm proud of you, Pop.
So am I, son.
Hey, how's it feel to be such a big shot?
Oh, what did I do? Money don't mean a thing to me when it's a question of helping my brother.
Pop, could I have $1?
You're not my brother, you're my son.
Oh, now, come on, Pop. I want to take Marilyn Morris to see the new Tarzan picture tonight. They got a special stunt in the lobby. A real live baboon in a cage.
Oh, well, for something educational like that, okay. Here's $1.
Oh, gee, thanks a million.
Well, I gotta go. There's a special meeting of the whole neighborhood for the community chest. You want to come along?
You bet. Hey, maybe they'll ask you to make a speech.
Me? Go on, not me. I wouldn't dream of getting up and boasting how good I am. No speeches for me.
Well, Pop,
Quiet,
I think that...
I'm thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I feel it behooves me at this
Riley! I don't think Daddy's home, Mother. His hat isn't on the piano. Oh, he must have gone to the meeting. Oh, dear, we better take the money and get right down there. You certainly saved your father's life when you... Dad, the money. It's gone. Oh, no. Oh, yes, look. Oh, there's nothing but cornflakes here. Mother, we've been robbed. Oh, this is awful. We'd better tell your father right away.
Gee, look what a big crowd.
Yeah, looks like everybody in the neighborhood turned out. Well, let's go sit in the back row where I won't be noticed. If Mr. Gibson sees me, he's sure to ask me to make a speech, and I just won't do it. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, unaccustomed as I am to public speaking...
Well, there's Mr. Gibson on the platform. I think he's waving to you.
Oh, well, I hope he doesn't notice me.
Has anybody seen Mr. Riley?
Here I am, here!
Oh, come right up here.
Out of my way, will you?
I've been waiting for you, Riley. I want you to sit up here on the platform with me.
Sit here?
Yes.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that, Mr. Gibson. I just couldn't.
That's my chair you're sitting in.
Oh.
You sit here.
Well, if you insist.
Riley, I'm making you the subject of my opening remarks tonight. I hope you don't mind.
I'm against it, but anything for the cause. I was born of poor but honest parents 39 years ago.
And I'd like you to say a few words yourself.
Oh, well, anything for the cause. Ladies
Not
and...
yet.
Huh?
Not yet. Wait till I open the meeting.
Oh.
Will you please come to order? Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an emergency meeting. I'm afraid that some of us don't just quite seem to realize how important this drive is. If you did, you'd give and give gladly. I know one man who did realize the terrible urgency. Last year, this generous-hearted citizen gave only $10, but this year he gave $148. And that man was Chester Riley. Yes, we can all be proud of Riley, but at the same time, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves, because Riley was the only man in this whole district who gave. The only one. It's a privilege indeed to introduce a generous man, Chester Riley.
Fellows, ladies, citizens, unaccustomed... Now, look, guys, you know me. My salary ain't nothing to speak of. I got no big bank account. Where did I get $148? By sacrificing. And if I can do it, why can't you? Yes, I mean you, Anderson. And you, Leonard.
But, Riley,
And you, Jennings, with those cheesy houses.
Now, wait a minute, you.
Why can't you give?
I did give. I gave 20.
Here's my receipt. Here's mine for 25.
Here's mine for 20. Wait a minute, folks. I get it now. Riley's the captain of this district. All the money goes through him. He turned in our donations in his name.
No, wait.
That's robbery.
Why, sure, he's a crook, like he said himself. Where would he get $148?
Oh, no.
Riley, I hope you can explain this.
But don't worry, Mr. Gibson. Listen, fellas, I'm no crook. I can explain how I got this money. I didn't steal it. I found it in an old box of cornflakes. Yeah, No, wait, fellas, no.
Riley!
There's my wife. She'll tell you how I...
Riley, something awful's happened. Some low sneak stole $148 that belongs to the community chest.
What a revolting development this is. Oh, what a mess. I've been in pretty deep before, but I'll never be in any deeper than I am right now.
Time will tell.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, I didn't see you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fat. You look horrible.
Digger, I'm at the end of my rope.
Then I'd better go along with you.
Well, you see, I was a captain in the community chess drive.
Bully for you. As I always say, the good that you do unto people will come back to you in the end. And so will the people.
I know. That's why I wanted to make good at this job.
I'm an old hand at charity. I'm president of a group that regularly sends a parcel of food to needy families. It's the UEPBOMC.
UEPBOMC?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Box of the Month Club.
Well, I like the community chest better.
Ditto. I'm working on that, too. Last night at an industry meeting, I told my colleagues, fellow workers, you've got to dig down as you've never dug before.
Did they?
Ah, yes. When we were through, we had a very neat pile.
Well, I messed everything up. I found $148 in the house, and by mistake, I turned it in my own name. You see, my wife hid it in this box, and so...
Oh, Riley, you deserve to be chastised. Always snooping.
Well, what's wrong? Didn't you ever look in a box to see what's in it?
Let's not talk shop.
Now everybody thinks I'm a crook. Oh, if I could only square myself.
But you can. Simply donate $148 of your own money to the drive.
Yeah, that might do it. But where will I get all that money?
Work in your spare time. Why not work for me? How are you at balancing figure?
Well, I'm no good at keeping books.
Who said anything about keeping books?
Well, thanks, Digger, but I better get some other job. Something that fits me.
Eureka! I have it. Something that fits you.
A job? Where?
Come with me.
Oh, you're a real pal, Digger. Someday I'm going to do something for you. You name it. What can I do for you that you really like?
Don't bother. You might not like it. Come. We'd better be shoveling off.
Hello, Peg.
Oh, where have you been, Riley?
We've been looking all over for you.
Why did you run out on a meeting like that?
Oh, I just couldn't stand it. Everybody thinking I was a crook.
But I could have explained everything. They'd have believed me, but you ran out. Now they really think you're guilty.
Oh, Peg. 17 years we've been married, and I brought you nothing but trouble. Well, I'm going to do the decent thing by you and the kids. I'm having the marriage annulled.
Oh, take it easy, Pop. We're all on your side.
But I'm no good.
We like you the way you are.
You bet we do.
Aw, Daddy, you know we do.
You really like me?
Of course. You can get used to anything.
Well, as long as you forgive me, I'll face the music. I'll swear myself. I'm going to donate $148 to the community chest.
Well, good for you. But where'll you get the money, Daddy?
Well, I got a job in my spare time.
Oh, that's Fine. Well, what sort of work?
Well, I got this job through Digger Odell.
Oh, no, Pop. Not in this window display.
Don't be silly, Junior.
But what kind of a job is it, dear?
Well, well, I'll tell you about it later. I got to go to work right now.
Wait, Pop. I'll walk with you.
No. You stay here, Junior.
Well, I'm going out anyway. I'm going to see the Tarzan picture at the Rivoli.
No, not tonight, Junior. Please, stay home.
Oh, no, Pop. I can't. I've got a date.
But you... Well, okay, Junior. Go to the movie. But please, son, when you walk in the lobby and see that real live baboon in the cage, don't say hello, Pop. I ain't allowed to talk during working hours.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. Popular is the word for Prel, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the tube. Yes, letters pour in from everywhere praising new Prel. Mrs. Frank Bird of St. Louis writes,
Everyone compliments my Prel washed hair. That's because Prel leaves my hair so wonderfully soft, easy to manage, and with a radiant sheen. My thanks for Prel.
Friends, one trial and you'll agree Prel's remarkable for two reasons. Removes unsightly dandruff quickly, leaves hair radiantly beautiful. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L Prel Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prel Shampoo.
Folks, this is Riley, alias William Bendix. Riley may have had a lot of trouble with the community chest. But believe me, there are plenty of good people in this country of ours whose bigger troubles will be made smaller by the great work made possible by this campaign. So let's not let ourselves down. Let's give. Let's give every dollar we give, because every dollar we give will ease the pain and despair of someone less fortunate than you and I. Write that check now, will you? Thanks.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Shipp. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I don't get Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Cedric still has not been able to patch up his troubles with Clarabelle, but nobody seems to worry much about it anymore, except Cedric. As we look in on the little community today, it's late in the afternoon, and Lum has already left for home. We find Abner alone in the Jot 'em Down store and library, as Cedric walks in with a much happier look on his face. Listen.
Wonderful world, Mr. Abner.
Huh? Oh, well, wonderful world, Cedric.
Sure is, ain't it?
Hey, doggies, you look mighty chipper today. You got things straightened out with Clarabelle again, have you?
Yes, Mom. Got everything all straightened out now, please.
I'm glad to hear that, Cedric. Tell you've been giving us and yourself and everybody else a heap of trouble around here with your romantic problems.
Yes, Mom, I reckon I did all right. But that's all over now.
Well, when was it that her and you made up, Cedric?
Well, we ain't exactly made up, Mr. Abner.
Oh, you ain't?
No, Mom. See, here's how it is. About 3 or 4 months ago, her and me got ourselves engaged.
Engaged?
Yes, Mom.
Why, Cedric, we hunt. I never knowed that.
Yeah, I never told nobody.
Well, why didn't you tell me and Lum?
Well, it was a sort of a secret engagement, I think.
Oh, I see. Secret, huh?
Yes, Mom.
What?
I kept it a secret from everybody.
Well?
Never told nobody about it. Fact is, I never even told Clarabelle. Kept it a secret from her, too.
Oh.
Started to tell her a couple of times, but I never.
Well, I reckon it is best not to spread them things around till you're sure it's going to work out all right. Well, go ahead, Cedric. What's the rest of the store?
Well, then Gomer Bates come along, and he sort of taken Clarabelle away from me.
Yeah, I know that.
And Clarabelle wouldn't go no place with me no more.
No.
Wouldn't hardly even talk to me on the telephone.
Hmm.
Then her little sister told me she never wanted to see me again in her whole life as long as she lived.
Oh, well, she oughtn't to have said that now.
And then this morning her little sister told me that Clarabelle was going steady with Gomer and they was fixing to get engaged.
Oh, my goodness.
So here's what I decided to do, Mr. Abner.
Well, now, Cedric, I hope you ain't studied up nothing rash.
Well, I believe it's the thing for me to do, though, Mr. Abner.
Well, I hope it's the right thing. What is it?
I've got my mind made up.
Well, what is it, Cedric?
Mr. Abner, I've decided I'm going to break off my engagement with Clarabelle.
Your engagement?
Yes, Mom. Gonna do it. Sure am.
Well, it don't appear to me like you've got an engagement to break off, Cedric.
I don't care. I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, sure.
Well, things being like this, I reckon that is the best altitude for you to take, Cedric. It'll make you happier and set things right in your own mind. Why, that's a thing for you to do, I reckon.
Well, I'm going to do it, too. I don't believe it'd work out good no other way.
No, of course not.
There'd be me engaged to Clarabelle, and Clarabelle engaged to Gomer, and, well, I don't know. I believe the three of us wouldn't get along very good together. Special since I hate and despise Gomer so.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, Cedric. And I believe getting shut of Clarabelle's going to be a good thing for you, too. More likely a girl like her would always give you trouble, Cedric.
Special with Gomer in there.
Yeah, and she don't appear like the kind of a girl that you could learn anything to. And ain't but one kind that makes a good woman, Cedric. That's the kind you can learn them how to do anything you tell them to.
Yes, Mom.
Well, now, like, for instance, that's the way I got Elizebeth learned.
You got Miss Elizebeth learned good?
Just like a lion tamer's got his lions learned, Cedric.
Oh, well, good for you.
Oh.
Did she do some tricks?
Well, no, but she does what I tell her to. I could call her up right now and, well, tell her to get out there in the garden and start hoeing, and I know that she'd get out there and just hoe for all she's worth.
Oh, I don't believe you could, Mr. Abner.
Oh.
You have to take a chair in one hand and a pistol in the other like they do at the circus?
Oh, no, I don't do that. Just call her. My word is low around that place, I'll tell you that. I am the master of my home, I think.
Well, I don't believe you could do that today.
Oh, yes, I could. Well, I could do it right now, sir.
No, Miss Elizebeth ain't home today. She went out to the Barton place.
Barton place? How do you know, Cedric?
Well, she stopped by our place this morning on her way out there, and I heard her tell my mama about it.
Oh, but that's peculiar. She never mentioned nothing about it to me. What she went out there for?
Miss Barton asked her to come over and help her make a wedding dress for Mildred.
A wedding dress?
Yes, Mom.
Is Mildred fixing to get married?
Oh, yes, Mom. She's going to the Army camp where Ernest Macmillan's stationed at, and they're going to have a military wedding. I think that's what she said.
Well, I do know. Well, good for little Mildred and Ernest. Well, and Elizabeth's going to help make Mildred's dress, huh?
Yes, Mom. I heard her tell my mama that she was going to sew on the train today.
Well, that's awful. Thought it. Sew on a train? Is that what she said?
Yes, Mom. I hear her with my own ears, I believe.
Well, if that don't beat the bugs of fighting, couldn't she just sew the dress here at home and let Mildred take it with her after it was done? Now, why does Elizabeth have to get on a train to do the sewing?
I don't know. I heard her say it. That's all I know.
I bound you that dress is already done, Cedric. Elizabeth's just using this as an excuse to tag along and go to that wedding. That's just about what she's doing.
Well, is Miss Elizabeth going clean to the Army camp with Mildred?
Why, of course she is. If there's one thing that woman loves, is going to wedding and riding on trains. She'll do might nigh anything to do that.
She will.
Oh, yes, I'm dogged. Now, why she never told me nothing about it, I don't know. Well, I reckon I do, too, for she knowed good and well I wouldn't let her go traipsing off all over the country this way. Very is a grown-up woman like her sneaking off to a wedding. I ain't going to let her get away with this neither, Cedric.
What you going to do about it, Mr. Evans?
Well, I'm going to stop her, that's what. She's got to go to the county seat before she can get on the train. Maybe we can catch her before she gets there. I'll tell you what, I'll call up Miss Barton and see how long ago she left. And while I'm doing that, you run over home and get your car, Cedric, and come back over
I can't, Mr. Evans. I can't. I've taken all the tires off from it. I'll give them to the giver man.
Oh, my doggers, we'll go in there on the rims and go on, get it. This is important. Let's see now, what's the Barton's ring? It's a short and a long and short, I'll recollect now. Doggers, maybe she ain't left there yet. I'll learn her a thing or two. I won't stand for it. I won't do it.
Very easy riding on them rims, Mr. Evans.
I don't care. We got to do it, Cedric. That's all there are to it. This ain't... Hello? Is that you, Miss Barton? Has Elizabeth left yet? She has, huh? How long ago? Oh, my goodness. Hey, well, I ain't got time to talk to you now, Miss Barton. Goodbye. All right, doggy, did you hear that, Cedric?
No, Mom, I weren't listening on the telephone.
Well, she left there about an hour ago. That means she's on the train by now, just sure as the world.
Do you still want me to get my car, Mr. Abner?
No, ain't no use now. I got to study up some other way of stopping her. Dad blame that woman running off to weddings without telling me who's going to get my supper for me tonight. That's what I'd like to know.
I don't know. You want to come over and eat with us tonight?
I reckon I'll have to. Can't sit around here and starve to death. Maybe I'll eat with Lum, though. His cooking ain't awful good, but it's better than nothing.
Wasn't that our ring there?
I don't know. It might have been, Cedric.
Ain't you going to answer it?
No, I ain't got time for answering no phones and such. Answer it for me, Cedric. Go ahead, Dad. Blame that woman.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it this way. Hello, jot 'em down, store and stuff. Mr. Cedric talking.
Can't understand.
Mom? Oh, yeah, he's here. Just a minute.
I don't want to talk to nobody now,
Yeah, but it's Miss Elizebeth, your woman.
Elizabeth? Well, if she ain't got an nerve calling up at a time like... Give me that phone. Give it here, Cedric. Give it here. Now, listen here, Elizabeth. You stop this foolishness and get right off of that train. You know what I'm talking about. Cedric told me that you was helping to make a wedding dress for Mildred Barton and that you was going to sew on a train today. So don't try to act so innocent. Now, you do as I tell you and get off that train. Why, you are, too. I'll hear it all about it. Now, you get back home and fix my supper for me and don't give me no back talk. Elizabeth, I said don't give me no back talk. Goodbye. See, Cedric, that's the way you got to talk to him.
Oh, well, will Miss Elizabeth sure enough get off the train now?
Why, of course she will. I told her to, didn't I?
Yes, Mom. Gosh, this sure is wonderful, ain't it, Mr. Abner?
You mean the way I got control over my woman?
No, I mean them having telephones on the trains that way.
Telephones on trains?
Yes, Mom. Scientific is sure wonderful.
Why, Cedric, you ain't got no telephones on trains. Where'd you ever get such a silly idea as that?
Well, wasn't Miss Elizabeth talking to you on one of them just now?
Why, of course she weren't talking. How?
In fact, she talked to me, too, didn't she?
All right, doggies, wait a minute here, Cedric. There's something curious around here. She couldn't have been on no train.
She couldn't have.
Why, of course not. Fair eyed is her trying to make me believe she's on a train when she weren't at all. I'll bound you she's right here in town, Summers. Might even be over home for all I know.
Well, how did she get there so fast?
I don't know, doggy, Cedric. I don't know what's getting into that woman.
On the rims, I bet you.
No, she never told me no stories like this before. I've got to give her a good talking to. I can see that right now. Yes, sir, that's just what I'm going to do.
Was that your ring again, Mr. Abner?
I answered, Cedric. I got to study on this for a while. Can't understand.
There's somebody calling from a train. I love it. Hello, jot 'em down, store and Cedric Lee Hunt talking in the library. Mom?
Well, as I've got her...
No, Mom, he's feeling all right, I think. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. There's Miss Elizabeth again, Mr. Abner.
Elizabeth? Well, where'd she try to make out like she's calling from this time?
From home, I reckon, because she said... Just called up the other time to find out why you ain't got home to supper yet.
How?
She says it's all ready for you.
Oh, so she's finally decided to get my supper ready, huh? Well, all right. Hand me my hat there, Cedric.
Yes, Mom. Do you want me to lock up for you?
No, sir. We'll lock up together, Cedric, because I'm going home with you.
With me?
Yes, sir. I'll show that woman a thing or two. You've just got to treat them this way, Cedric. It's the only way to learn them. All the way.
Hey, Andy, did you hear that the Kingfisher's wife is going to Philadelphia for the weekend?
Yeah, I heard something about it.
Yeah, and she's leaving the Kingfish all alone in the big city.
Well, all I can say is the big city better look out, because that Kingfish...
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Philadelphia is a wonderful city to most people, but not to George Kingfish Stevens. His wife's relatives live there. And as we join Kingfish and Sapphire now, they are at Pennsylvania Station, where Sapphire is about to board a Philadelphia train for a 3-day family reunion to celebrate her Aunt Emma's wedding anniversary. The Kingfish has come down to see her off.
George, I'm going to feel embarrassed at this family reunion without my husband along. Won't you change your mind?
Now, look, Sapphire, we done already been over all of that. I admit that relatives has got a right to be repulsive. But with you relatives, I'm going to tell you that privilege is being taken for a beating.
Now, wait a minute, George. There's nothing wrong with my relatives.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with your relatives. Take your Aunt Emma, for instance. Now, there is a nice friendly type. She got all of the personality of an ingrowing toenail.
George, you stop insulting my relatives. What about your own?
Yeah, at least my relatives don't force themselves on you.
Oh, they don't, huh?
No.
Well, what about them two nieces of yours who wanted to come up from Georgia to visit us this week? And that reminds me, did you telegraph them that I'd be away and not to come?
Yeah, of course I sent them the telegram. I sent it last night and told Mary and Jane not to come up to New York.
Well, I'm certainly glad.
Yeah, well...
Attention, please. Philadelphia Limited, leaving on track 12, gate now.
Yeah, well, that's you, Sapphire. Better get going, honey.
Yes, George. And by the way, do you have enough money?
No, I ain't, honey.
Well, that's good. Then you won't get into no trouble. Goodbye, George.
Sapphire, honey, oh, me. Alone in New York for 3 days, and all I got is 48 cents. Oh, well, better get moving. Ain't gonna make no money down here at the depot. Oh.
Maybe this man can help us, Sadie.
Yes. Excuse me, mister. Can you tell us where the Traveler's Aid started located?
Traveler's Aid, let me see now.
Well, you see, we just arrived in New York, and we thought they might help us to find a place to stay up in Harlem for a few days.
You don't happen to know somebody who would have a vacant room, do you? We only need it till Sunday night.
Sorry, the only vacant room I know is at my place, and of course that is out of the question.
Please, miss, if you got a vacant room, won't you let us have it?
Sorry, it's absolutely impossible to rent you my place.
We'll pay you $5.
Here's the key to my front door.
But what about you? Where you gonna stay?
Oh, don't worry about me. I got a friend that I can talk into letting me stay with him. Come on, girls, I'll show you the way. Now, Brother Ander, we are supposed to be friends, and so far, we ain't been making the most of it. We ain't, huh? No. You know, we ought to get together, and we ought to know each other better. We ought to be visiting with each other. Yeah, well, you was here visiting with me now, and we're still friends, ain't we? Wait a minute, though, Anna. The kind of visiting I'm talking about ain't just the sitting kind of visiting. It's the sleeping kind. Yeah, Andy, old pal, how about me and you having a pajama party? Just a
Oh, sure. That's all right. With Sapphire away for the weekend, I'd be glad to come over to your house and sleep with you.
Now, hold on, Anna. What I had in mind was sleeping at your place. See?
Oh, no, you don't, Kingfish. When you sleep with me, you twist and turn. Your feet end up where your head ought to be. Not only that, I remember the last time you stayed with me. You dreamed you was riding a bicycle and you pedaled all night.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? You was using my ears for the pedal. Oh, no, Kingfish, there ain't a chance of you staying at my place.
Well, Anna, look like I better tell you the truth, son. Look here, I done rented our apartment to a couple of gals till Sunday night for $5, and I gotta stay at your place. And I tell you the truth, I'll give you $2.50.
Where's our pajamas? Wait a minute. Hello, Amos.
Well, hello there, fellows. How is you?
Hello there, Amos. Sit down, son.
I thought I'd find you here, Kingfish. This telegram just came for you over to Lodge. I thought I'd drop it by here.
Telegram, huh? Oh, I wonder who that could be from. Let me see here. From Sapphire.
What'd she say, Kingfish?
They say here, Aunt Emma has got flu. Returning tomorrow. Let you know later what train. Hey, wait a minute. Sapphire's gonna come back tomorrow.
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Yeah, what's the trouble, Kingfish?
Well, it's a long story, Amos. Look, Ander, I gotta rush right over to the place and get them two gals out of there.
Well, I'm telling you now, Mr. Kingfish, we ain't going to get out of here.
Yeah, well, I just done told you the jam that I was in. You gotta get out.
We ain't moving out not for you or nobody else.
That's right. We ain't going no other place because we ain't got no other place to go, and you can't put us out.
What do you expect us to do? Sleep in the park?
Yeah, well, when you come to think of it, what's wrong with that? Out in the fresh air all night, see the beautiful sunrise, policemen patrolling up and down protecting you. Yeah, if I didn't have a lease on this house, I'd move out there myself. Yeah, I'd get out there. Yeah, can I help you girls pack up now?
Listen here, mister. We ain't leaving here for you or nobody else till Sunday, and that's fine.
Oh, me. Who can I get to move out of their apartment and get them gals a place to sleep? Well, hello there, Shorty. Glad you ain't got nobody in the barber shop here today.
Hiya, Kingfish. What's the matter? You sure do look worried.
Oh, I just done had an argument with two gals, Shorty. Yeah, I'm in plenty of trouble, and you is the man that can help me.
Yeah, well, I'll be glad to do. I'll do anything I'm your friend. You can count on. You don't have to. I ain't got a dime.
No, listen, it ain't got nothing to do with money, Shorty. You see, my wife done left town for the weekend. And I went ahead and I done rented our apartment to two gals while my wife was gone. Now, the only thing is, my wife's coming back unexpectedly, and I can't get the gals out.
Yeah, well, nothing can happen. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah, there's no need to worry. You don't have to worry about you heading for the hospital.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to stay clear of at the minute, you see. I was just up to see these gals, and they won't budge from my place unless I get them some other place to stay. Now, how about you moving out of your place?
Yeah, no, nothing doing, Kingfish, nothing doing.
You mean that you ain't gonna give up your place?
Yeah, that's right, Kingfish. I just can't do it.
Yeah, well, how is I gonna get them gals out of my apartment if I can't find another place for them to live? That's what's got me.
Yeah. Well, tell me this. It ain't got nothing to do with the OPA, is it?
The OPA? Say, wait a minute, Shorty. You done give me an idea here. Say, tell me this. Just what does the OPA do? That's what I want to know.
Well, yeah. Well, the OPA does what the OPA does. You see, they take the house. I mean, they take the rent. They figure the rent. You know the house that you live in. You see. And what the OPA do is the house in 1942 is what they you see what they do what they do is nobody knows.
Well, anyway, Shorty, look here. You done give me an angle that I needed. Now, look here. I know exactly what I'm going to do. This OPA thing is great. Say, tell me this. Do you know where I can find Andy Brown?
Andy Brown? Well, yeah, he was over the office. That is, I see him at the pool at the law. I mean, he was. I ain't seen him for 3 days.
Kingfish, this is the craziest idea that you ever thunk up.
But, Andy, it's my only chance to get the gals out, and you got to do it for me.
Oh, listen, Kingfish, I can't go up to them gals and tell them that I is a official of the APO.
Andy, it's OPA. Oh. Now, look, Andy, all you got to do is to be a cold-blooded guy with a glassy stare in your eyes.
Oh, you mean like the fellas behind the cigarette counters?
Oh, no. You don't have to be that cold, Andy. No. Yeah, but you got the idea.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether I ought to do it or not, Kingfish.
Oh, Andy, it's simple. Just do it the way the real OPA men's does it.
Well, what do they do?
Well, you just goes up to the house there. You is official, and you got an official notice in your pocket showing that the gals is evicted out now.
Oh, wait a minute. Where does I get that notice?
Well, now, let me see. We got to fix up one. We got to get something that's official looking.
Like what?
Well, say, wait a minute. I got it, Andy.
Yeah?
Look here. It just so happens that me and Sapphire's marriage license is here in my desk drawer. We'll change the words on that.
Yeah, but listen, don't you need your marriage license to show that you was married?
Son, I carry scars for that purpose.
I done rung the doorbell, Kingfish. Now, do you think these gals really going to think that I is from the OPA?
Oh, sure, Andy.
We was pretty smart, all right, the way we changed your marriage certificate to look like a eviction notice.
Yeah, wait a minute. I hear him coming.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, it is. I'd like to present Mr. Andrew Brown here. Miss Brown happens to be the head of the OPA and vice president in charge of evictions for Harlem.
The OPA?
Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll just step inside. Get your foot in the door there, and stick it in there.
Excuse me for protruding, but I didn't catch the name.
Well, I'm Sadie Gibson.
Yeah, well, sorry, that's going to be a little unpleasant, but let's get down to business here.
I suppose you're here to try and put Dorothy and me out of the apartment.
To tell you the truth, miss, it's all right with me personally to let it go, but Mr. Brown here insists on putting you out. He is the meanest, the cruelest man the OPA done ever had. Tuffy Brown, they called him.
What's the matter, Sadie? What's happening?
Oh, Mr. Stevens here again, Dorothy. This is Mr. Brown from the OPA, and he's going to put us out.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Tuffy. Say something cruel.
Hello, Dorothy.
Look here, Mr. Brown. We made a bargain, and we paid our rent. Now, how can the OPA put us out?
Yeah, they can't do that to us.
Wait. Before Mr. Brown loses his temper here, I better read you this eviction notice. Give it to me, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, here you is.
Yeah, now say here, listen to this carefully, girls. Be it known to the parties concerned that we have gathered here today to join in holy eviction from these premises. Sadie Gibson and Dorothy Hall, who is of legal age and who is united as roommates in the premises of George Kingfish Stevens, and by the power vested in the OPA, they says that the above gal swears to love, honor, and obey this notice, and as tenants is hereby pronounced null and void, unquote.
Well, Dorothy, I guess this means we got to get out.
Yeah, but where can we go? Where can we go?
How about going to the Orpheum Theater with me?
Yeah, with that triple feature bill they got over there, you can stay there till almost Sunday.
Well, the least you could do is give back our rent money.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, I done spent that. There ain't nothing in the OPA eviction notice about giving back money.
Now, hold on, Kingfish. How can you be so cruel and heartless with these two poor, homeless, beautiful little gals?
Oh, now, Andy.
Now, don't Andy me. As the head of the OPA, I hereby orders you to give back the money to these little gals. At least enough to pay our way to the Orpheum.
Oh, now, look here, Andy. We've got to get him out of here. Now, let's not run this OPA thing into the ground.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello, is this wait a minute. Is this the Stevens residence?
The Stevens residence?
Well, wait a minute. Give me that phone. Wait a minute. Hand me that thing. Hello?
Hello, is that you, George?
Yeah, well, Sapphire, just thinking about you, honey.
Say, George, who was that gal that answered the phone?
The gal that answered the phone? The gal that answered the phone, that's one of my nieces from Georgia, honey. Yeah, one of my two nieces. That's exactly what it was. Seems they never got the telegram not to come.
Oh, your nieces. Well, as long as they're coming, I'm stuck with them. Tell them I'll be home in about 3 hours. I'm catching the noon train.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll meet you at the Pennsylvania station, honey. Goodbye.
Sapphire, huh?
Oh, yeah, Andy.
And now she thinks that these two gals is your nieces, huh?
Yeah, now look, say, gal, I suddenly got a brand new proposition for you. That was my wife on the phone, and she coming back from Philadelphia. Now, so you can stay here till Sunday if you just will pretend you was my two nieces, Jane and Mary.
Now, wait a minute. Pretending we is your nieces is only going to get us into a family brawl.
You're right, Sadie. We'd be taking too big a chance. Come on, let's pack and get out of here.
Oh, now, hold on, gals. Look here, you got to stay, please. Now, please, I got to have two nieces.
The answer is still no. We is leaving.
Well, now, and I'm really in trouble. If Sapphire don't meet two nieces when she get back here, she really going to be suspicious. Andy, you got to help me.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. It was bad enough playing the head of the OPO, but I'm telling you right now, I ain't going to play no nieces.
leave it to George Kingfish Stevens never to give up without a struggle. Since he told his wife, Sapphire, that the girl who answered the phone was one of his 2 nieces from Georgia, he was faced with the problem of producing them if he expected Sapphire to swallow his story. And how did he do it? Well, he got his friend Andy to get 2 other girls up to the Stevens apartment to impersonate Jane and Mary, his nieces. And as we join him now, he is at Pennsylvania Station with Amos, awaiting the arrival of Sapphire from Philadelphia.
Say, look, Kingfish. I guess the people from Philadelphia train is coming up the ramp now.
Yeah, and I certainly hope that Sapphire believes this thing I done cooked up for her.
Yeah, well, I don't know, Kingfish. Personally, I think that you was doing the wrong thing trying to palm off some fake nieces on her.
Well, not if I can get away with it, I ain't, and I thinks I can. Just before we come down here, Amos, I phoned Andy, you see. He say he got 2 gals in the apartment. Now, I ain't seen them yet, but he say he got them all rehearsed and everything. The thing really look foolproof.
Yeah, but I bet you ain't gonna fool Sapphire none.
Quiet, Amos. Here come the battle axe now. Here we is, Sapphire, darling. Here we is.
Well, hello, George. Amos, it sure was nice of you to come down with your taxi cab.
Oh, glad to do it, Sapphire. Here, let me take your bag.
Yeah, do that, Amos. It's too heavy for Sapphire. Come on, honey. Let's get on home. My nieces is dying to meet you. They're wondering what you look like.
Well, I've been wondering what they look like, too. By the way, what do they look like, George?
What do they look like? You know, the usual things. Arms, legs, standard equipment, yeah.
Well, George, so these are your 2 nieces. Ain't you going to introduce me?
Oh, yeah, honey, introducing you right now. Now, this one right here is, this one... Yeah, Sapphire, this one is Mary, and this one is Jane.
Hello, Sapphire.
Like I told you, in Amos's taxi on the way up here, the gals unexpectedly got called back to Georgia, so they better get going now, I think. Yeah, come on, nieces, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. There's still time for us to get acquainted here a little before they catch the train. You know, girls, I was just thinking, for sisters, y'all don't look nothing alike.
Yeah, well, I can explain that to you. You see, not looking nothing alike kind of running the family. Even their father and mother don't look nothing alike. You know. Ain't that right, gal?
That's right, Sapphire.
I just thinking, Anna, maybe we better get the 2 nieces started for the depot.
Oh, there's still plenty of time to visit with Mary and Jane. I got lots of things to ask them.
Before we get into that, I'm going to take my nieces into the kitchen and make them some lemonade.
Well, hurry back, because I'm just dying to talk to them.
Yes, I is too.
Wait, Dorothy. Before we ring Mr. Stevens' bell, let's get our story straight.
Listen, Sadie, I still think we's going to get into trouble coming back here to pretend that we is his nieces.
Well, he begged us so much after that phone call from his wife, we can't leave the poor man in a spot like this. Nothing will go wrong as long as we just remember that you is Mary and I is Jane.
All right, then ring the bell.
Okay. And don't forget to let Mr. Stevens do most of the talking. We'll just agree with everything he says.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, I guess you is our Aunt Sapphire. We's Mr. Stevens' 2 nieces.
Yeah, you know, the ones from Georgia.
Nieces from Georgia? Well, come on in, but I think this is going to be a big surprise for your Uncle George. Oh, George, forget that lemonade and come on in here. Right this way, girls. In the parlor here.
Come in, Aunt Sapphire.
Oh, where's my hat?
Did you want me, honey?
Yes. I wanted you to know that 2 more nieces has just arrived from Georgia.
Yeah, I's Jane.
And I's Mary.
And I is leaving.
Come back here, Andy. Now, George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, that's my full name, honey. Full name, yeah.
Yes. Look at here. We're going to have a showdown right now.
Well, now, look here, honey. I can explain everything.
You're going to have to. You 2 nieces in the kitchen. Come on in here.
Come on, Aunt Sapphire. What is it, Aunt Sapphire?
Look here, George. How is it that after all these years you've been telling me you got 2 nieces, you all of a sudden comes up with 4 of them? And this better be good.
Well, now, tell you what. Now, listen, honey, baby. Let's go easy with this. Now, let's take the thing 2 nieces at a time. Now, take these 2 nieces here first. They is the daughters of my sister Genevieve, ain't you, gal?
That's right, Sapphire. And what about the other 2?
Yeah, well, I just come into them now. They is the daughter of my other sister that I ain't never told you about.
That's right, Sapphire. What other sister, George? What's her name?
Yeah, her name. I never could remember her name, and that's why I ain't never told you about her.
Is you gonna ask me to believe that?
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna ask you, but you could sort of volunteer to.
Yeah, well, now that everything is straightened out, I guess I'll run along.
Sit down, Andy.
Yes, thank you.
And now, George, while you is still able to talk, I'd like to know how come your 2 sisters named their daughters here Mary and Jane?
Yeah, well, now, the reason for that was, say, by the way, gals, did your mothers ever mention why they named you both Mary and Jane?
No, Uncle George. Why?
Yeah, well, Sapphire, any more questions you want to ask the gals there?
Look, George, you ain't getting away with this. For the last time,
Yeah, I'll get it, honey.
No, you won't. Everybody stay where you is.
Yeah.
Well, what do you 2 want?
We's Uncle George's 2 nieces. Yeah, I's Mary and she's Jane.
2 more nieces, huh? All right, come on in and line up with the rest of them. Right in here, girls.
Oh, Anna, these is my real nieces.
Kind of crowding up on us, ain't they?
Yeah.
Well, George, now you have got yourself 6 nieces, all named Mary and Jane.
Honey, look like nieces got a run in my family, don't it? Yeah.
Speaking of running, that give me an idea.
Wait a minute, Anna, wait a minute. Now, listen, honey, take it easy. Stay where you is, will you?
George, come out from behind them nieces.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, put down that desk lamp. Think what you might do with it.
All right, then, you nieces. Step out from in front of him.
Yes, Aunt Sapphire.
Sapphire, please, I'm begging you.
And now, Andy, what have you got to say?
Could you lend me $3 to take all these nieces to the Orpheum?
Now, here is something important. Be sure to be with us again next Friday night at this same time when Amos and Andy will have as their guests, listen closely, folks, the guests next week will be Jack Benny and Rochester. Yes, sir, both Benny and Rochester on the Amos and Andy show next Friday night. Oh, say, wait a minute, folks. Amos and Andy are in their office now. Let's open the door and see if we can get a line on anything.
You mean to say, Andy, that you and the Kingfish is going to open up an employment agency?
Certainly we is. All kinds of employment work. If a fella needs a new valet, we'll get him one. If a valet don't like his boss, we'll get him a new job. Oh, Amos, it's going to be great.
Well, folks, I guess we can just about figure out what's going to happen to Jack Benny and Rochester next week. Don't forget to listen in. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight to you, for all of us, here's an important reminder. The Japanese still control lands from which we used to import 1 billion pounds of fats a year. That simple fact should persuade you of the absolute necessity of saving every drop of used kitchen fat and turning it in to your butcher. He'll pay you for it and give you 2 red points for every pound you turn in.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, oh boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show where there's orchestra for singing glee with a smooth history. Last but not least, who is Bud Heaston?
Time for Burns and Allen at your house. And say, have last-minute Christmas chores got you in a whirl? Now look, Mother, even though you don't get home until just before supper time, here's the quick, easy way to give your family swell food that satisfies husky appetites. Serve baked Spam, S-P-A-M. And baking is easy when you serve Spam. All you do is open a can of Spam, stud it with cloves, and slip it into the oven. The easy recipe is right on the label. In just a few minutes, you'll have a delicious main course. Spam is tender, juicy meat with extra goodness and flavor because Spam is a perfect combination of pork shoulder meat and ham meat. Tired appetites perk up with Spam on the table, and tired mothers like it because Spam is so easy to serve. Tomorrow, be sure your shopping list includes S-P-A-M Spam. Here they are, your two favorite Spam stars, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Say, George, I saw Artie Shaw's picture second chorus at the Paramount last night. He was great.
Really?
Fred Astaire was swell. Paulette Goddard was grand. And can I Bud Heaston make love?
Wait a minute. Bud Heaston wasn't in the picture.
Well, he was sitting next to me, if you know what I mean.
So you were at the Paramount last night, too, huh, Bud?
Yes.
How did you like it?
Oh, swell. Next week I'm going back to see the picture.
Gracie, how was Artie Shaw as an actor?
Well, he had plenty of trouble with his lines. Every time he opened his mouth, he stuck his clarinet in it.
Some love of that Shaw. I'll bet every time he threw a kiss, Paulette got it.
Oh, well, no.
Got it?
Well,
stuff.
Judge, I was only fooling. Artie was
got
great.
it. That was a beauty.
Yeah. Oh, dear. There was Artie with his arms around Paulette Goddard, and Paulette was looking into his eyes, and Artie looked into Paulette's eyes, and then Fred Astaire kissed her, and
Gracie, how did Fred Astaire get into this?
Well, he's very fast on his feet, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm not bad either.
No?
You know, in vaudeville, I used to be Goldie of Goldie Fields and Glide.
No.
Said what?
Really?
And you could tell by that Goddard line that I did the comedy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you something right now. You know how Fred Astaire jumps up in the air and clicks his heels 3 times?
How many times?
3 times.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I can jump up in the air and click my heels 4 times. Okay. Watch. Well, how do you like it, Gracie?
Swell. You can come down now.
Well, anyway, Artie, we've done a lot of kidding, but I hear that you're really great in the picture.
Well, thanks a lot, George.
I understand you play a romantic kid.
Nah, George, those love scenes aren't all that cracked up to be. For example, that scene at the breakfast table where I'm reading a newspaper and Paulette Goddard comes in and kisses me. Every time we did the scene, something went wrong. You know, she kissed me 52 times. Boy, that was awful.
Awful? What was awful about that?
I never got a chance to read Little Abner.
Kissed him 52 times. Should happen to me.
You know, Artie, George, and I danced in a picture with Fred Astaire. That's what gave Fred Astaire a start.
It's kind of a hard line to get out.
Start. Fred Astaire?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
really kidding.
That's your line, Artie.
No, really. When he saw George dance again, an awful start.
Well, we got 2 laughs before that.
Yes.
Well, let's continue from there. Where are we?
Yo también vi esa película, esa señorita Pauleta Godard.
Well, there goes Senor Lee. You said something funny, huh? Well, there goes the guitar player interrupting again.
Hey, Senor Shaw. Hey, Artie. Hey, boss. Hey, lover.
What is it, Senor Lee?
You in the picture with Fred Astaire? That's a strange coincidence.
Senor Lee, you said that wrong.
Perdóname. Senor Shaw, you being in the same picture with Fred Astaire is a strange coincidence.
Well, that sort of finishes up Artie Shaw's new picture, second chorus. And Artie, you noticed I mentioned it 3 times. Is that enough?
Yeah, and someday I'll write a little song about Spam.
Well, thanks, kid.
Gee, that'll be swell, Artie. Spam's bound to become #1 on the Eat Parade.
On the Eat Parade. Well, now let's start our play. Gracie, give out the scripts. Okay, Bud, take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you remember, last week we did a play, and we left off with George, Artie, and myself in jail about to be hanged, and Gracie on the way to the governor to try and save our lives. Lights, curtain, music.
Gracie, where are the scripts?
The scripts?
Yeah, the scripts for the play.
Oh, the radio script.
Yeah, the radio scripts. I gave them to you this morning. Where are they?
You want to talk about my brother?
Who's interested in your brother?
The woman across the street.
Well, who cares?
Her husband.
Gracie, we were having lunch at the Brown Derby, and I gave you a package. Where are the scripts?
Oh, scripts. Oh, let me see now. No, don't tell me. I left the Brown Derby, and I went into that drugstore, and I put a nickel in the phonograph and played Beat Me Daddy 6 to the bar.
6 to the bar?
Yeah, it was a cut-rate drugstore. And then I changed a dime and weighed myself, and I had 9 pennies left, so I weighed myself 9 more times.
Gracie, the audience is waiting.
Yeah,
Where are the scripts?
Please. Then I left for the May department store, and I crossed the park, and there was a man surrounded by a lot of pigeons feeding them peanuts. And he said, Miss, how would you like to try this? And I did. I ate about 2 bags of peanuts. And
Artie, will you play a number while Gracie tries to figure out where she left the scripts?
And then the pigeons flew away, and I said goodbye to Mr. Reuter.
To Mr. Reuter.
did I leave the script?
Yeah, the scripts.
Oh, I was on my way to the May Company, and I stopped to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl game. The man said, would you like to sit on the 50-yard line? And I said, no, the chalk would ruin my dress. And then...
See, we've got to do a show.
Oh, please. And then the man said the tickets for the Rose Bowl were $1 apiece. And
$1 apiece?
Oh, of course, it was a very small piece. No, if I can get $200 more, I can buy the rest of the tickets. And then...
Gracie, try to remember what you did with the package. The scripts are in it. We're supposed to do a play.
Señor Shaw, ¿por qué todas las noches tenemos que tocar Ferenci? Ya estoy cansado de tocar
yeah?
la misma
Tú vas a hacer lo que yo digo. Yo soy el Jink aquí. What's going on here? Marty, what's your guitar player saying? What's he saying? I'm having enough trouble trying to figure out what I'm saying. What's the argument about, Senor Lee?
I do not like the number Ferenci we just played. Every night we play it at the Pandemonium Ballroom.
Pandemonium?
See.
It's Palladium. Oh. Pandemonium is a lot of noise and confusion.
He swing and sway with Sammy Kaye?
Artie, why do you take it from that musician?
He's got a diploma from Casaloma.
Say, that's cute.
Hey, George.
Hi.
Try Spam and Chili with Rudy Villy.
You guys keep it up. Just keep it up and you'll be hitting the road with Papa Jode.
See now. So I finally got to the May Company.
Oh, you finally got to the May Company?
Yeah, and I went to the men's department, and I said, I'd like to get a shirt for George, and the man said 34 sleeves, and I said, no, 2 will be enough.
Gracie, when you got through shopping all day, what did you do with the packages?
The packages. Oh, those were all Christmas presents. I took them all down to the post office and mailed them.
To the post office?
Yes.
Well, you must have mailed the scripts with the rest of the packages.
Oh, well, let's go down and look for them.
Well, certainly.
Well, they'll be easy to find on account of all my packages are addressed direct to the exchange department of the May Company.
You addressed you addressed all your gifts to the exchange department?
Well, yeah, that'll save my friends a lot of trouble after Christmas.
Well, come on, everybody. You better come with me to the post office and help me find the scripts.
I'll help.
I'll help.
Mr. Burns, I refuse to help.
Who are you?
Just a rugged individualist.
Everything happens to me. Well, come on, everybody. Let's go.
Oh, well, George, I got it.
The scripts?
No. Let's tear a herring with old Fred Waring.
Oh, come on. Hey, 4 years in Harvard. Open the door. Hey, soundman. I'm talking to you. Why don't you pay attention to your work?
Mr. Burns, that is what I've been doing all my life. 4 years I went to Harvard, studied diligently and never missed a lecture. The notes I made are used today as a model by the students at Harvard. Alongside me sat a student who never paid attention to anything. Instead of taking down notes, he wrote childish jingles on the margin of his notebook. Today, that man gets $50,000 a year writing those Burma shave signs, and this is what I do for a living.
Well, this is no time of the year to be sad. Christmas is in the air. Think of Santa Claus.
Poor Santa Claus reminds me of myself. Works hard all year and winds up holding the bag.
Come on, everybody. Let's get to the post office. I've got to find those scripts.
Now, to get this place in about 2 hours.
Oh, well. Here we are at the post office.
Boy, look at this crowd.
Now, Gracie, at what window did you mail the packages?
Well, let me see now. Look for a handsome clerk with blue eyes, blonde mustache, and striped lipstick. He's got a sort of
a striped lipstick?
Well, yes. It's an account of I kissed him through the bars.
Well, let's stand at the end of this line.
Don't push.
Don't push.
Don't push. Don't push. Don't push. Don't push. Who's pushing? Who's pushing? Who's pushing? Who's pushing? Who's pushing?
Well, we'll never get to that window. I had to give you the scripts.
Hey, George, I know how to get in front of this line.
With all these men?
Well, yes.
Never.
Well, just watch me. Look, here comes Teddy Lamar.
Next. Who's first in line?
I am.
Oh, what a day. Have we been rushed? Do you know, miss, that today I sold 1,000 1-cent stamps?
Well, if I were you, I'd sell 3-cent stamps.
Why?
Well, you meet a better class of people.
Oh, have I been busy? I've been standing on my feet since 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, you must be tired. Why don't you let me stand on them for a while?
Gracie, ask her about the package.
What?
Ask her about the package.
Ask her about what?
The package. The package. The package. The package. The package. The package. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hey, George. George, when you get down to the window, will you mail this Christmas gift for me?
Sure, if I ever get down there. Well, look, it's for me. Artie, what are you sending me?
It's a lounging robe.
That's funny. Last Christmas I sent you a lounging robe.
Well, it's the same loungy robe.
Well, thanks, kid.
And you know what I want this Christmas?
Now what?
A great big sailboat.
Well, in this weather, you can use it.
Senor Burns, will you please mail this package of dishes for me? But be careful with it. It's high-class crookery.
Crookery? You mean crockery. Crookery means that you stole it.
The man in back of me in the blue uniform is a sailor?
Gracie, find out about the scripts. Gracie,
Wait a minute. Gracie, what are you doing behind the window?
Well, I'm taking the girl's place. She went out to look for the package. Oh, George, aren't people silly? You ought to read some of the letters they send. Oh, dear. Listen to this one. Dear Santa Claus, please send us a man for Christmas. And if you can't find one, please come yourself. Signed, Brenda and Cabina.
Gracie, you mean you're opening the mail?
Yeah, isn't it fun? I'm so glad I took a place.
You know, you can be held for a thing like that.
Well, who do you think the man with his arms around me is? A sailor? Ooh, by the way, it is.
Gracie, the package. We've got
Oh, look, isn't this a sad letter? Dear Santa Claus, we've been waiting for you for a long, long time, but you never come to visit us. If you don't come this year, what will I tell the children? Signed, Mrs. Santa Claus.
Gracie, you've got to find the script.
When unexpected guests come knocking at your door like this, you get into a twizzy, catch your breath, and say, oh, what shall I feed the bunch? Now, look, if you keep Spam on your pantry shelf, this will happen when folks start knocking. You'll go right to the door, open it up, and say, come on in. You'll never worry about each. You'll have plenty of time to visit because you'll ask to be excused and go out into the kitchen like this. Then you'll open a can of Spam, cut off slices, and place on toast. Then you'll put on a slice of tomato, pickle, or Bermuda onion, and cover with thin slices of cheese. Pop that into the oven until the cheese melts, and there you have a hot Spamwich. A one-plate meal that's sure to make a hit. Bring those hot Spamwiches out of the kitchen like this, and your guests will all say, yum, yum.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum.
The meaty flavor, the taste-tempting goodness of Spam is something folks really get hungry for. When friends drop in this holiday season, serve them a hot Spamwich. Or serve Spam cold, or fried, or baked. The easy recipes are right on the label. Fussy appetites like Spam because it's different. A perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender, tasty ham meat. That's why Spam has extra goodness, extra flavor. To be sure of getting the real thing, always look for this sentence on the Spam label, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Tomorrow, say to your food dealer, I want Spam. You can serve it dozens of ways. Isn't that right, Smoothies?
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Gracie, get away from that window. We've got...
Hey, you stop pushing. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
We did that.
We did that. We did that. We did that. We did that. Quiet. Quiet.
Well, who's next?
Gracie, will you come out from behind that stamp window? We've got to find the script.
Say, sourpuss, get back in line. Miss, can I have a 1-cent stamp?
Well, we've got a 1-cent stamp if you really want it. But if I were you, I'd take one of our 6-cent stamps. They're a little more expensive, but they'll last longer. And they're washable. And besides that, they look very pretty on your tongue.
Miss, I'd like a 1-cent stamp.
The one that has Lincoln's picture on it.
Oh, well, which Lincoln do you mean? Henry Fonda or Walt Houston?
Never mind. Next time I'll go by train.
Well, isn't that a silly man? Next. And what can I do for you, sir?
Remember me? I'm George Burns.
George Burns? Oh, weren't you in vaudeville?
Yeah, we played together at the DeKalb in Brooklyn.
Well, didn't you work with a very beautiful girl?
Yes, and that happens to be you.
Oh, well, imagine running into me. It certainly is a small world.
Gracie, what about the script?
Hey, miss,
Come out
get back in line.
What can I do for you, madam?
I hope I'm not too late, miss. Can I catch the China Clipper?
Well, you might be able to if you put another feather in your hat.
Look, Gracie, what about the script? Will you come
Get back in line.
Listen here.
Get back in line.
Well...
Look, miss, I've been writing with one of your pens, and I've got a handful of ink.
A handful of ink? Well, thanks for telling me. You may keep it for your honesty.
Gracie, what about the script?
Get back in line.
Look, I'm not getting back in line.
Attaboy, George.
You stay out of this.
Anybody that talks that way to George Burns gets a punch in the nose.
You know who I am?
No, who are you?
I'm the vice president of the Hormel Company, makers of Spam.
You know who I am?
No.
Thank goodness.
Say, I better get back in line.
Senor Burns, will you mail this package to my brother? It's a pair of sealskin gloves.
It's not steel skin. It's not steel, it's seal.
Steel.
No, seal. Look, what has a flat head, small eyes, a mustache, and a beautiful fur coat?
My brother's wife.
Look, senor, I've got my own troubles, Gracie. We've got to find our scripts.
Hey, George, I got it.
The scripts?
No. Let's have sandwiches and tea with Fibber McGee.
Oh, go away.
George, how'd you make out?
Well, I certainly got a lot of help out of you, Artie. Where have you been?
What a madhouse this post office is. I sat down at that long table over there, and before I knew it, I was weighed, stamped, and airmailed special to Pomona.
Now, look, I've got to do something.
Well, George, your troubles are over. Here comes the superintendent, and he's got my package under his arm.
No. Before I give it to you, miss, you'll have to answer a few questions. Now, what's your name?
Gracie T. Allen.
What are all those T's for?
Well, when my daddy first saw me, he said...
Look, mister, can we have the package now?
Just a moment now. Miss, can you identify yourself?
Well, certainly. Where's my handbag?
Right here, Gracie.
Oh, wait till I look in the mirror. Yeah, that's me.
I can't stand it. This is awful.
Well, never mind. Here's your package.
Well, thanks. Come on. Great. I've got the script. Come on, everybody. We've got to get out of here. Ouch! Ouch! Well, come on. Let's get back to the studio. Hey, taxi!
And so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the second episode of Gracie Allen's dynamic play. As you remember last week, George, Bud, and Artie were in the jail, sentenced to be hanged. And Gracie was on her way back from the governor's offices, where she'd been making a plea for their lives. The scene opens with the boys anxiously pacing their cell as Gracie arrives.
Well, this is simply awful. Oh, she's been away for hours.
Never get over it.
Oh, boys, I've got some terrible news for you.
You mean we're going to the gas chamber?
Worse than that.
We're going to be hanged?
Worse than that.
Electrocuted?
No, worse than that.
Well, what can be worse than that?
I left the scripts in the taxi.
Oh. And now the Smoothies, Bab, shouting a little, will sing. Take it, kids.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing on a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to sing this song tonight. Now's the time to bring the cheer. Jingle bells, jingle, 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 Sandy.
Jingle bells, Christmas ya llegó. Oyen las campanas que ya Santa Claus salió. Jingle bells, hay felicidad. Todos les deseamos una merry Navidad.
Now's the time to bring the cheer. Jingle, 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 here comes George. Jingle, 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 sing it, George.
Oh, jingle bell,
Jingling,
jingle bell,
jingling,
jingle all the way.
oh, tell us, Georgie.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in that one-horse open daddy.
You said it.
Jingle bell,
Jingling,
jingle bell,
jingling.
jingle all the way.
We dig you, Georgie.
How I love this time of year when I can always bring a cheer. I know I really love to sing. Some people say I sound like Bing, so now I'm really going to swing. Oh, daddle-a-doodle-a-doodle-a-doodle-a-doodle-a-doodle.
Now's the time to bring the cheer. Jingle, 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 now it's fun. Jingle, 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 sing it, bud.
Jingle bells, a happy man I am. Ha, 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 I didn't mention Sam. Yeah.
Now's the time to bring good cheer. Jingle, 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 look who's here. Jingle, 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 Grace is here.
Here I am, there's nothing more for you. I wish you all good Christmas cheer, a bright and happy coming year. My mother and I, my brother and I, my daddy and sister say, to gather round and sing with us this Merry Christmas Day.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Merry Christmas to you.
Every day, more and more families discover that Spam solves mealtime problems quickly. Originated by Hormel, Spam has become the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. Spam is tender, juicy meat with a taste and a flavor all its own. Fry golden brown slices for breakfast. Serve Spam cold for lunch, just as it comes from the can. To bake Spam for dinner. Look for the easy recipes on the label. If you haven't yet tried Spam, now's the time. You're really missing something extra good. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. Say, George, I just thought of a riddle.
Riddle? What is it?
What did the governor of North Carolina say to the governor of South Carolina?
What did he say?
Merry Christmas.
Good night, all.
Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. Join us again next week for Burns and Allen with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you that Spam hits the spot. This is the National Broadcasting Company.